Let me bring the person in.
Do I need to sign up for this?
Well, they're not ready.
We're not ready. Okay, we're not. Okay,
We're
doing
starting
something
something.
else.
Let us get to the hearing part. We're not there yet.
All right, we're rolling.
It's 9 o'clock on April the 20th, 2021, and the quarterly meeting of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board is called to order. Present at the table are myself, Charlie Powers, Kathy Hoffman, and newly appointed Secretary of the ARB, Robert Dayton.
Just close
Robert,
the
do we have a
YouTube.
quorum?
Yes, you do.
Close the-
Also present are two members of the ARB appointed by the Board of Directors, Robert Duck and Scott Wagner, to replace Cindy Duck and Ramona LeBlanc. These new members will take the oath of office in a few minutes. They have finished their classes, but do not have their formal certificates yet. Also at the table is Mike Soto, Chief Appraiser representing the Appraisal District. The chair will entertain a motion to waive the reading of the minutes from the last meeting.
Move that we.
You can't yet.
Yeah.
Kathy?
We make a motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I move that we took the meeting, the minutes of the December 2024 meeting.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now, are there any citizens to be heard?
Val, are there any citizens to be heard?
No.
Other than the hearing person that's waiting, Scott, other than the person that's waiting for a hearing, is there any other citizens to be heard?
There are two people waiting in there. I'm not sure what the second person is, like Casey Jackson. I don't
Okay,
know if
and that's a representation for an agent for a hearing.
Okay,
So there's no
perfect.
citizens to be heard.
That's all.
Chairman.
Cindy Duck has tendered her resignation for health reasons, and Ramona LeBlanc has tendered her resignation. She's moving to San Antonio. Cindy Duck sent a letter. It has been my pleasure to serve on the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board for the last several years. While there is still one more year left in my term, I am sad to say that my health circumstances convinced me it is best if I resign from this last year. In future years, when my health is improved, it would be my pleasure to participate again. My best of luck to you all, Cindy Duck. And she sent her husband in to the fray.
We also have another resignation. Well, those two resignations, and then I guess at that point, we're administration votes.
When one more.
Ramona.
Ramona sent in a letter. It is with deep regret that I am resigning from the Appraisal Review Board. I will be moving out of the county in June, so I will not be able to participate. Thank you for the opportunity to serve on the review board and service to the community. Okay, Val, you administer the oath of office to our new woman.
Okay, so I will read the statement and then give it to you so you can read it.
Repeat.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is a statement of officer. I, Robert M. Dayton, do solemnly swear or affirm that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, or promised any public office or employment for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which I was elected, or as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be, so help me God.
So I need to read this.
Yes.
So I, Robert M. Dayton, do solemnly swear or affirm that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, or promised any public office or employment for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which I was elected, or as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be. So help me God.
And Mr. Dayton is signing that oath. Mr. Waggart is a new member of the ARB, and whose oath of office states, I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of a member of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board of the state of Texas, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, so help me God.
Okay, I, Scott Ryder, do solemnly swear or affirm that I faithfully execute the duties of the office of a member of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board of the state of Texas, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, so help me God.
And Mr. Waggart is signing that document, and I will notarize his signature as the certification of the person authorized to administer the oath. Mr. Duck is also a new member of the Appraisal Review Board, and his oath of office states, "I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of a member of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board of the state of Texas, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and the state, so help me God."
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear or affirm that will faithfully execute the duties of the office of a member of the Aransas County Review Board of the state of Texas, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state. So help me God.
Mr. Duck is signing that, and as the certification of the person authorized to administer the oath, I will notarize that signature.
Welcome, gentlemen. You're now voting members. The hearings that we're going to have this morning are all 25D hearings. It is probably appropriate to reinforce how to do this. For protest, and this is from our procedures document, which is posted on the wall and which is sent out to all protesters. So everybody has this document in their hand. For protests brought forth under Rule 2525, it is the responsibility of the ARB to first determine the value of the property and then to determine the eligibility of that property for a change in value. The corrected value of the property assigned by the ARB will be referred to as the ARB core val. If the property has been designated homestead, then the property to be eligible for change in the rolls or ARB core val times 1.25 must be less than the current appraised value. If the property has not been designated homestead, then the property is eligible for change in the rolls if ARB core val times 1.3333 must be less than the current appraised value. Okay, who's up first?
Okay, it's going to be case 1803. So on your tablets, you'll want to go to the ARB hearing.
Is this projecting there? Have you allowed the video?
I have not.
So
Are you
it'll
ready?
be a folder up at the top.
Yeah.
I believe it's third
Yeah.
down from the top. There will be a morning hearing. And then 9 a.m. dot.
Mr. Sumner,
Mr. Sumner, can you hear us?
he is muted himself. Okay, no, he's not.
Hey, Mr. Sumner, can you hear us?
Yes, can you all hear me?
Okay, I can't hear him.
We're gonna have to-
This is Mr. Sumner, are you muted?
No, sir, I do not believe so.
That's the thing, we've got to have that on to be able to. This is probably had the good sound yesterday.
I'm sorry.
No, I've got to go, but we've got to open up that YouTube again and do it through the thing is the only way I know of. This is something Amy was working on yesterday.
We're working, bear with us, Mr. Sumner. We're trying to get you trying to hear you.
Okay.
You're gonna have feedback though.
Well, we shouldn't have feedback. It just may be delayed. How we were in, get back into this.
Yeah, you just hit live on YouTube.
We're gonna knock these people off, I believe.
No, well, no, view stream on YouTube.
There you go.
It's delayed.
That's, I don't have good knowledge of this. That's the most I can know about what we're doing is that. because we weren't able to make this work yesterday. Sure. I don't have. That's. We weren't able to make this work yesterday.
How about now, Mr. Sumner? Can you
Yeah,
speak
can you-
again?
Absolutely. Can you guys hear me now?
I can see it coming through. I just can't. We can't hear him.
Well, there was something to do with it coming through on the monitors because it has to do with the monitors are hooked up through the type of cables that does the sound also. And it's bringing the sound there, which is bypassing this speaker here, which this is how it would have been going was through that speaker.
Right. Mr. Sumner, can you speak again?
Absolutely. Can you guys hear me
Yeah,
now?
I'm sorry. We're having a technical difficulty. It doesn't alleviate the fact that you can still view us, but we do have a call-in number that, if you don't mind, Mr. Sumner, I'm really sorry for this technical difficulty. We want to
Yeah, no problem.
voice. The phone number was in the instructions, but if you want me to,
The phone number to call, you can remain on Zoom and also call in 361.
729-9733. And we will have the front office staff direct you here to the back. We're sorry for this technical difficulty. Again, please bear with us.
Yeah, no problem.
And if that's the case, we'll just do the same here.
Hey, Barbara, I have an ARB and we're having some technical difficulties on Zoom. So they said that I needed to call and they could transfer, or you would transfer me back to them. Okay. Thank you so much, Barbara.
Do they have this number back here? Should be the same number.
I told Barbara to say.
Mr. Sumner, can you hear us?
Here's Mr. Sumner.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Sumner.
Hold on.
Thank you. Mr. Sumner?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much. Sorry for that difficulty. We're going to proceed. Mr. Powers is your chairman, so go ahead and you can, well, you have it muted, so.
Ready?
We are.
Okay, Mr. Sumner, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Towers. How are you?
Fine, thank you. We're opening a hearing on case ID number 2020-1803, account 64418. We have a little administrative to go through before we get going here. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate if you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest. and they're signing an affidavit to that effect. And I'll begin with, I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41-66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. We have a signed affidavit from Mr. Sumner.
Yes,
We do?
yes, it's a-
Very good, thank you. Mike?
My name is Michael Footer. I do solemnly swear from the testimony I shall present to the principal people of the Aransas County Prison, correct?
Mr. Sumner. Mr. Sumner?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Do you
sir.
hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, in proceeding through here, do you have a hearing procedures time page from the package that was sent you?
Can you get, is it, believe that?
It's called hearing procedures time.
Yeah.
You got it?
Yes, yes, sir.
Excellent. Now, you can see there's two columns, one where the protester presentation goes first, and the other where the district presentation goes first. Which would you like to do?
I don't mind going first. I can go first.
Okay, in that case, you have 5 minutes.
Perfect. So I appreciate all of you meeting with me today. What we're looking at here is just a self-storage facility, and right there in Rockport. The property was completed, completed construction right about November of 2019. So it had just finished construction right before the date of value of January 1st, 2020. As you can see on the first page of the package I've provided, that's the financial summary, just showing you guys that it's partial financials. You know, he's only had 1 month roughly to try and lease the self-storage facility up. So, incomplete financials, not really a true indication of value, just given the lack of occupancy for the property. The second page is going to be, second and third page are also going to be part of the financial summary. And then you can see on the last page, or on the third page, the Rockport Strong Self-Storage Expense Report. You can see the partial year expenses right there. Very small expenses, just because like I said, we're just in that 1 month window. The next page is going to be, it's titled Chicago Title of Texas. This is the buyer statement for the land. So you can see down there at the contract sales price, $45,415. That's how much he paid for the land. And he was in a partnership on the land, so he just bought it he just bought his partner out. So that's that. And then right below that, you'll see, do you guys see principal amount of new loan? And there's a number right below it, $745,125. Do you guys see that?
What page is that?
It's titled Chicago Title of Texas, LLC. It's right after the expense report. It looks something like that. I think it's probably backwards.
Which item do you want us to look at, sir?
It's Chicago Title of Texas, LLC. I believe it would be page.
Yeah, which line item was the question?
Oh, it's a principal amount of new loan. It's the second line item on the page right below contract sales price.
We see it.
Okay, right below that, $745,125. That's the loan amount on the new construction. So what that includes is all hard costs plus the contractor's fee. So you have some soft costs included there. So just wanted to show that to you guys. That's the buyer statement. The next page is going to be the second part of that, just the sign pages. And then the page following that is going to be the draws from Mr. Ellison. As you can see, construction started roughly in April of 2018. And these are just all of his draws for construction of the property. I've dated each one. And my sum I came up with is $629,684.67. That's all hard costs, and just the difference between that and the loan amount is going to be the contractor's fee, the soft costs involved, the profit, that sort of thing. So, very low in comparison to the appraisal district's 2020 value. Their improvement value they have on the property is $2,010,050. And what we're looking at, like I said, is the total loan amount of $745,125. And hard costs, below that at $629,684. The following pages after this are just going to be the draws. This is how he kept track of all of his expenses for construction of the property. It was all in a composition notebook. So what I have right there is just all the scanned pages for you guys to look at in case you had any questions regarding any of the expenses on this draw sheet. But this sheet right here, that draw sheet, that's going to include all of the expenses from these pages right here. This is every single page from that composition book that had a draw amount on it. So just in case you guys wanted to see that, that's what we were provided from the property owner. So I just summed it up for you guys in the Rockport Storage Draws little spreadsheet. Well, it's not a spreadsheet to you guys, but that page. But like I said, we're just really low in comparison to the cost to construct versus what the county has the property on. I believe they may have valued it on an income approach, if I'm not mistaken. So just one of those things where we're not at stabilization yet. So I think, a cost approach is going to be the best approach to value this property until we, get stabilized with occupancy and stuff. And then we can really start looking at financials and value it that way. Thanks, guys.
And so, sir, what was your opinion of value of the property?
Oh,
745?
sorry about that. Yes, ma'am. My the owner opinion of value is going to be $745,000.
745, 125, is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Are we ready to move on?
Okay, ready to move on?
Right.
Cross-examine, 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. And so one of the things that you indicated, Mr. Sumner, was that it's kind of a new build. So there's not a lot of new, income receipts to kind of look at, but we do have a market. And this was, in fact, appraised on the income approach. So other properties that are like the subject, meaning that their storage facilities like the subject, were appraised in a similar fashion. One of the statements that you made was that the owner's opinion of value is 745. Now, we're talking about market value. So in that statement, when you said that the owner's opinion of value is 745, you mean that he would be a willing party to exchange a sale at 745? Just want to be clear about that.
Yeah, yes, that's going to be his.
He would sell it for 45,000. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, at the date of value, just given what he had into it, that's what it would be. That's what his market value was, not looking at income, looking at strictly the cost approach of the property.
I appreciate that, Mr. Sumner. That wasn't the question. The question was, so you indicated that the 745 was the owner's opinion of value.
Yes, sir.
So in that owner's opinion of value, that would be a market exchange. He would be a willing seller at that price.
As of the date of value, yes, sir.
You asked that question of the property owner. He would sell it as of the date of January 1st, 20. He would have sold it for 745,000.
That's his opinion of value, yes, sir.
Okay. The reality is that, okay, I can move into mine. my evidence at this point.
I've been,
Okay. The property is 64418. Obviously, these properties, there's three approaches to value. A regular house, for example, you might have the self-comparison approach. What did this house sell for? What did that house sell for? What did that house sell for? And you have some data that you can work on. The self-comparison approach in that scenario is the best and highest used method by which you can accurately appraise value. Another might be cost. It might be cost for something that doesn't really contribute or you don't have any sales for. The third opinion or the third approach to value is the income approach. So in this particular case, being a storage facility, we do have information that says, okay, what are market rents going for? And so when these things are bought and sold, and believe me, we don't get those prices because we ask and people just tell us to go pack sand. In any case, we do have information about rents. What do these things rent for? What are their typical expenses? And therefore, this type of property countywide last year in 2020 was appraised on the income approach. This particular case, the subject property was appraised at $2 million, just like the owner's agent indicated. This property owner this property was appraised at $2 million or 2.105710. And you can see on the next page there, it's just the imagery from the top, and you can see that these are the storage facilities. It's just a basic storage facility. The next thing that you have is the income calculation worksheet. Now, the income calculation worksheet is really the nuts and bolts of how we're valuing this property from an income approach basis. Now, it's not the income necessarily that a person can make, like it's not like a restaurant or anything like that. This is the income generated by the real estate itself. What are these boxes? What are these individual boxes renting for? What is that? And that's how they're bought and sold. This is really the real market value of these things. So when you're looking at these things, you're looking at the gross building area of 30,675, and you look at the rate that we have is the $13. So you have 13, and it produces that a value that you have here at $2,082,000. Now, the only thing that's different between this and another property is you have a little bit of excess land at $22,723. So then you have an overall value of $2.105710. You can see that their total expenses are, again, just market expenses that we normally see in the marketplace. Their rents are normal rents for the square footage that it's attributable. We also have the vacancy that's consistent with the rate that we see in the marketplace. And all of that produces a value of $2.105710. I do want to say that every other place in the county that was similar in nature, meaning that they were a storage facility, was appraised in a similar fashion. We just didn't say, oh, that one's income and this is cost, or that one's income and this is sales. No, these are all income. They're all of the same type, and they were all appraised in similar fashion. If you'll move to the next one, we have two different grids. One is called it's the income equity grid right here, and this is from an equity approach. What do you look at for this? How are other properties that are like this, how are they appraised? How are they different? And how are they similar? Well, you can see that the subject property, and I believe our subject property is 64418, is at the top. It's called Rockport Strong Self-Storage. And you can see that it has a gross building area of 30,675. At the lease rate, it's $13, okay? The vacancy is 15%. The effective gross income is $338,000. The expenses is $45,000. And notice in this grid, all of these are $45,000. The market expenses that is exhibited in the marketplace exhibited 45%. So we treated them exactly the same. If you look at the cap rates, the reason you have an unloaded cap rate, and then you have the cap rate and you have the tax rate to give you an overall rate. These are obviously in different places, so they have different taxes. So some may be in Fulton, some may be in Rockport, some may be just in the county. So that's the reason you see those changes, but you see the lease rates are identical. The you store it is a little bit less because of the level of intensity there. Like it's not quite as good, but you can see the other, there's two others that say self-storage CC, okay? And those are in similar fashion to the subject property. They're at $13. I guess my time is running.
Okay,
So protester cross-examine.
you may cross-examine?
Just one question on the on your income equity grid. Do you happen to know the years these properties were built in? Do you have that on another grid, or is that available? I guess just my question is if they're stabilized, if they were built in 2015, they're stabilized assets, whereas we're not a stabilized asset. I guess that's the question.
Right. That is obviously not on the grid because it's not on this grid to present.
Okay.
They're obviously older than the subject. And so I guess the basic answer to your question, they're older than the subject. They are established, like the cool storage, you know where that's at. It's right around the corner from you. The you store it is a different location. Stowaway is a different location. But they're all, they were all built prior to the subject property. Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all my questions. Is it time for my rebuttal?
You have 3 minutes left for
Okay. Perfect. So yeah, I understand where the county is coming from in regards to, mass appraisal and appraising these all together on the same, income equity grid. They all have the same rents, expense ratios, all of that. I understand everything there. I guess the issue that I have is that, we weren't, stabilized. There's no doubt, or, there's no question that whenever we reach stabilization, we may reach these, this income equity threshold. But at the time of value, as of the date of value, we only had roughly, it looks like 69,500 in EGI. And you're looking at these other properties, being at 200 to 400,000. So, we just haven't reached that stabilization mark. And no doubt once we do, then the mass appraisal and the income approach will be a certain way to value it. But at the end of the day, the property is just not receiving that rent as of our date of value here. So, that's just one thing to consider. And that's why my go-to approach is the cost approach. And in regards to the districts, the 3 approaches to value, sales, income, and cost. Really the reason why I didn't look at a sales approach was just because other sales are most likely going to be stabilized assets. So with our property not being a stabilized asset, it's hard to compare the subject to, the sale of another storage unit, right down the street that's stabilized, has a 90% occupancy rate and is receiving steady rents and stuff like that. So in my opinion, I think that cost is going to be the best way to value this property as of 1/1/20. And then, as soon as we hit that threshold of being a stabilized property, which I haven't seen financials for 1/1/21, but I'm guessing it would be this year. Then we shift over to the income approach, and then we switch to the, be a part of that mass appraisal of these properties. But just given the characteristics of this property and not seeing that, it isn't stabilized or it isn't receiving that kind of rent, or it even has that kind of NOI, I think it's just hard to value that property given the lack of NOI. So that's going to be my rebuttal.
Mike?
Yes, in my rebuttal, what I would say is that that argument is the equivalent of saying that you have a fleet of taxis that all generate an income, right? And you have some that are 10 years and some that are 20 years old and some that are 5 years old. And this guy has a brand new taxi and he brings to the thing and he says, mine is not worth the equivalent income generating of these others because I've never generated a single dollar on a toll. That's the same argument. The argument is ridiculous. The reality is both the 5-year-old taxi cab and the 10-year-old taxi cab have the same generating power when it comes to producing income. Okay. this particular asset has the same generating power on day one that all the others do, and it would be valued the same. So the argument would be that this guy that shows up with a brand new taxi cab says, mine's worth less than the 5-year-old one, is a ridiculous thing. And it's easy to see that the subject property owner would not sell for $745. I mean, that's the reason I asked that question. These are bought and sold. They're transacted on an income approach basis. And to say that it's worth less than how the others are being appraised is, I would just respectfully disagree with that. So, and I'm not to my closing, but I'd like to start those closing comments. I'd like to point out that if you go back to the income equity grid, I'd like to point this out, that the one that's closest to the property, as far as the size is concerned, is the last one, which is called stowaway storage. And notice that the subject is 30,675 square feet. And this bottom comp is 36,000. And if you'll look over to the far right-hand side, that one is actually appraised at $2.9 million, okay? So they're appraised in similar fashion. One of the tests is, what is market value? Market value, from my standpoint, has been established that what are these things exchanging for on the open market? They're exchanged for an income valuation. Secondly, and the last point that I would make is they're appraised similarly from an equity standpoint.
Mike, you have market value on
Wait a
the
minute,
settlement. Oh, I asked the question.
wait, we get started.
Protester closing. 1 minute?
Yeah. Yeah. So just going back to the taxi cab reference, I mean, we're talking about real estate here and not taxis. I understand, and one of the most important things that I think he said there was to say that the newest car wouldn't be able to generate that amount of the same revenue as another taxi cab. That's the whole point. This property does have the potential to generate income, but that's future. That's not as of the date of value. As of the date of value, it didn't have the tenants and the people in place to be able to generate that value. So there was no way it would be able to, if you want to go back to the taxi cab reference, if one taxi's been working all year, 365 days, and then the other taxi's been working for a month, who's going to make more money? And I think that's the important part. Now, there's no doubt that generating value over time, I understand that approach, but in the sense of this appraisal and this market value as of 1/1/20, we have to look at what the value was as of that date and what the income characteristics were of that specific property as of that date of value to come up with that number. And we're just not near these income assumptions given by the county. So, I mean, that's just kind of my closing argument. I just don't see, I don't see us being on income for, this first year right after the construction of the property. Thanks.
Mike, have you done your closing?
No, I haven't done it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So in my closing, what I would say in rebut to that would be, what he just presented to you was an actual. Income approaches are not actual to the markets. And the differentiation is, it's what are these market things selling for? What are they transacting for? They're transacting for this amount times this vacancy times this expense produces a number. That's how they're exchanged. We're not talking about actuals. He can talk about actuals because it's brand new. And but the fact is these are appraised on market value. It's an income approach of what this unit is appraised for. Furthermore, they're appraised from, we're held to the standard that we have to appraise equitably. So how would it look like if we did every other one on income approach and we said, oh, this one's new, he gets to be on cost. How would everybody else respond in that property group? They would not respond well. So that's my rebuttal.
Okay, we have 5 minutes to deliberate. Go ahead, Kathy. You got
I have a question for Mike. On your presentation, you have settlement offer $1,527,000. What is that?
Right. So in part of the back and forth, and this, I'm surprised that this wasn't presented, but it had to do with the I guess the size, the effective what is it? Yeah, the building efficiency as it relates to it's an air conditioned space, so you have this whole area, right? It's a square. And you have walls that are thick because there's an air conditioned space, and then you have like channels, like you have walkways that are not leasable space. That was trying to, we tried to disseminate what that stuff is at the time. I think that there was an offer made back in, I want to say, the summer of 2020, based on this new, what's called, that leasable area. And that was the information that was provided. That was rejected. I'm surprised that the subject property owner's agent didn't talk about that at all today.
So
It's been
you made
rejected.
You made a settlement offer and they rejected.
Made a settlement offer, it was rejected, it went to ARB, and now, or I don't know if it went, well, it went to 25, that's why we're here today, it's because it's now processed.
And I have one more.
Yeah.
Sir, what was your vacancy, what would you say your vacancy rate was on January 1? They've indicated that all of them were at 15%. Because of the newness of your facility, what was your vacancy rate on January 1?
Yeah, so our vacancy rate for the property, I believe, give me 1 second. I believe we were at 85% vacant. Sorry, I'm just trying to reference the evidence I gave you guys for. I believe we were at 85% vacancy.
Okay, so Mike, wouldn't that have a bearing on valuation of property?
It's a great question. Again, you're talking about actual versus market. So the standard code says that I have to give everybody a market value. What is the market say? And so for income producing properties, obviously they can give you an actual vacancy, but then I would have to have actual expenses. And then I would have to have actual rents. Is the rent really 13 or is it 15? So then I would put in all those calculations if you did an actual. But the standard code says that I have to do it by market. What are these others? How do they transact?
You don't take into consideration the fact that it was
Well, I did
the
take
newness of it in terms of the vacancy, as you said, 85%.
again a great question. My similarity would be the new CAD situation. And you would say that this new CAD doesn't have, like it's not worth as much as a 5-year-old CAD or a 10-year-old CAD, because at the end of the day, they all have an income producing value. That's the market, is the income producing value.
Whether they're making it or not. It's what
Exactly.
potential.
Exactly. That's why I have to be at market.
So what you're saying is that we have to look at it from the potential income as opposed to the actual income on January 1st.
You have to look at the market income, not the actual income. But if you looked at and so if you went down the rabbit trail, in answer to that question, if you went down the rabbit trail of actual vacancy, then you would have to have actual expenses, you would have to have actual rents, which was not presented at the hearing today. Your job, I mean, I'm not telling you your job, but your job is to base it off the evidence that you've been presented. And so you have not been given a market rent. Like the subject property owner nor the agent has told you that I'm charging $13.25, $14.05, $16.50. Nothing's been presented. In addition to that, no actual expenses have been presented from a percentage. It hasn't been broken down that way. That was not presented. It was just, here's how much it costs to build. That's what I think it should be. Having said that, I would say that we reached out and we made an offer based on the fact that we saw, hey, you have some hallways and you have some thickness, and this is our offer. But that was rejected. So now it's here.
Can you tell me, sir, why that was rejected?
Yes, sir. Well, there's a long backstory with this property. We filed a 4111 on this property, 411, and then it was rejected. And so now this is why we filed a 2525D. And so now we're here with this. So I received the offer from Eamon, like I said, back then. And, you know, it's really just the county truing up the NRA on the property from, you know, an income perspective. And at the end of the day, our opinion of value and the owner's opinion of value is that this shouldn't be valued on income because it should be based on the best, you know, how we should value it as of 1/1/20. And an income approach doesn't make sense, because if we did that using true financials of what that property performed that year of 69,500 and used a 45 expense ratio, you can tell the NOI would be super low. So our opinion, like I said, is that the value is much lower than that 1.5 million, given the cost to construct this property. Because at the end of the day, you know, there's a few approaches. Cost approach was the best approach as of the date of value. And, you know, going back to his opinion on how you should value property from a market perspective, you can't value property based on future returns of the property. That's, you know, future returns and what you're expecting. That's why we give you previous year financials and stuff, because that's how the property is performing as of the date of value. So our opinion is that as of the date of value, the property still is not worth, I believe it's 1.5 million even was the offer from Eamon Burke.
Well,
We're over 5 minutes.
I was gonna, yeah, just, but I have to be asked the question.
My thought is, I mean, income is the way we, that's, so the cost to build, I don't think it's the right way to value this. Although I do hear the property owner's agent, you don't open the door and flick a switch and you're at 85% full. You know, it takes time to ramp up. But if the property laws don't account for that, you know, we can't give them a break.
Yeah.
On that, and you have to go by the property laws. So it seems like income values the way here without a
Based on potential.
Based on potential, yeah.
At what point do these transitions take place between a property that is being constructed to one that is now open and operational and potentially generating income, potentially so on?
That's a great question. Is that to me?
I don't know who can answer that. I guess.
Yeah, that's a great question. So obviously, let's flesh this out. If you had a vacant piece of land, it would not be generating income, because you wouldn't know the improvement type that you would apply, the price per square foot for whether it's air conditioned space or whether it's just a regular boat storage. So you wouldn't know. But once it's construction, it is constructed, then you know. So if they did a storage facility there, then you would know what rate to charge, you know, like how to approach this from an income approach, as opposed to a hotel. Then you would know that, okay, that's a different income approach. It's an income approach, but you know what it's generating. So at the point that it's constructed on January 1 and it's in business on January 1 of any given date, that's when we do it. And you know, to further that, it would be like the difference in the actuals as opposed to the market. I have a standard that I have to appraise equitably, meaning that everybody in this property type was appraised in a single fashion. I hope I've answered the question.
I have a comment. I understand where you're coming from, Mike. I also understand where the protesters coming from. But with the fact, excuse me, that we made an offer, or Eamon did back whenever date that was, of the 1.5, is that something they can go back to as another offer?
So that offer was made, it was rejected, and now we're at this point. Now, my point would be that we do recognize that there is what's called building efficiency, which means you got hallways and you got thickness, and we say, okay, for this size, we think about you have 75% of net rentable area in RA. And so we know that that's probably going to be the case going forward, right? So we're going to be moving in that direction because we recognize the building efficiency. I can't make, I mean, what I have in my hand is a rejected offer. What you have before you is a case that you have to roll.
From my perspective, I would be willing to go back and reoffer the 175,
We just
which would bring it to a 25 D6.
We just establish it as the value.
Yeah.
You don't have to make an offer. Just
Establish it, I'm sorry. Establish it.
Well, and what I would say is that if that's your ruling, make that ruling, because you have to do the
Right.
ruling first.
Right.
And then do the test.
The settlement offer as shown here, I'm confused, is this a minor error with a name? Says cool storage,
That's not my question.
but the property ID is for the protesters.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It is, the property ID is 64418. And you'll know that that's true because if you look at the gross building area, it says 30,000. It's congruent with the subject property. I'm sorry for that. But yes, to answer your question, it is the subject property. And then we did offer the net rentable area at 23,375, which produces a value of 1.527030.
I have one last question. These rates, lease rates, I don't see any place where the number of units to apply a lease rate to is reflected anywhere.
Right, and that's a great question. So you would say, like the lease rate is the lease rate on the dollar per square foot of air conditioned space that's applied to that gross rentable area. And it can be split up into big units or small units because every single person runs their operation different. Like they could charge, 250 for this size and they could charge, whatever. So we get the market rates for the price per square foot and that's what we apply.
I understand. So the rate is applied against an overall rent, like
That's
square
correct.
footage, as opposed to per unit. I'm with you. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion.
Make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion regarding account number 64418. The appraised value of $2,105,710 be reduced to $1,527.30.
Second,
Second that.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, before
Okay,
we
now we need to
do the test,
do
because
the
you
test. This is 1.333.
You go ahead and do the operation, Chairman. And can you just verbalize so that everybody knows exactly the calculation that you're taking?
1,527,030 times 1.3333 equals 2035989. 20, and that is not below. That is not below the number of 2105710. Therefore, it fails the test.
Is it?
Can you say that one more time for me?
Okay, the way this works, as I stated in the beginning, is we have to establish what we think the value should be, and then see if it passes the test of being more than 33%. The current value is 133% of the value that we established. So we established 1527030 as the value. 1527030 times 1.3333 equals 2.03598. And that doesn't pass the test, does it?
I believe it does.
It is less. I'm sorry, it is less.
Okay, that's why I wanted you to verbalize.
Yeah, thank you. It does pass the test, so the value is established at 1.527030. And unless there are any other comments, this hearing is closed. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sumner.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. Okay. First hearing, we have somebody in the waiting room.
We have someone on the telephone.
Telephone. Okay.
It'll be a phone call.
Are you ready to tell them to call me?
Sure. And, well, we call them.
Okay, well, then we're ready.
Okay.
Or whenever you.
I have a problem now.
And I want to introduce everybody to Beth also. We work together on all the ARB. So Mr. Jack and Mr. Wagner, that's Picarazzi.
Yeah, I know.
That's the name.
You know, it's quality.
Okay. So are we taking a short break? Yeah, take a short.
Just for the way.
The next one will be case 1821. The first one out of the
Yeah.
two
So, well,
that are.
Okay. Do you want to see
Putting this in, because this does have to be
the audio?
distributed
You had
here.
to like call in.
So this one does have to be distributed and put in because it was an ARB assigned.
Okay, no worries. Then we'll just have
Putting
everybody
the
call in.
speakers through the monitors.
Okay.
And I don't know why. Sorry to be late, by the way. Do you, do you want me to do, I can do it.
There's an pending supplement.
Right.
This one is an ARB.
25.
I'd like to do this one because this one is
Correct. And it's this one right there.
With the 10%.
Yeah.
Have we heard from who's gonna represent our land trust yet? Have we got any
The-
affidavit or anything?
Yes, we have.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yes, it's Casey Jones.
That sounds familiar.
I don't think, I don't know the situation. If she, I guess she's representing them as an employee or, I don't know. I don't believe they have an agent assigned. I'll double check.
Who's next? No?
It's going to be case 1821.
Is 1821 the actual 411?
Yes,
Okay,
and 1822.
okay, gotcha.
Beth, you want to call him? That's going to administer the notaries or the oaths on this one, the affidavit. Yeah.
This is the telephone.
Yes, this is
Okay.
good. We're ready to call. Go ahead and call them up.
Morning, this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. Who am I talking to, please?
This is Mike Neighbor.
Michael? How are you doing this morning?
Good, yourself?
Fine, thank you. We have a little administrivia to go through before we get started. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2020-1821, account number 33372. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate you taking it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I will begin with I, Charlie Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41-66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I'm assuming that protester, Michael, that you are under oath as you signed an affidavit. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. Mike?
My name is Michael Soto. Do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Michael, do you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board?
I do not, sir.
Okay. Do you have available to you the hearing procedure time? It's a single page chart of the time.
It's somewhere in all this evidence, yes, sir.
Okay, we're gonna follow that. There are two columns on that chart. One begins with the protester presentation and the other with the district presentation. Would you like to go first or would you like Michael to go first?
Well, quick question. I don't mind going first. So this hearing is actually a 41-411 and a 25-25 1/4 over value. Which one are we hearing, or is it just the overall value hearing?
Yeah, that's a great question. If I could, because this is a little bit different than most scenarios. And this is Mike Soto speaking. The 41-411 standard has to be answered by the ARB. 41-411 has to do with failure of delivery of a hearing date or a hearing notice. And so that has to be established prior to the hearing of the 25-25. So in my opinion, I've talked to my counsel about this because this was a weird one as far as procedure. It's my thought that the board should, but the board can ask their own counsel if they want to. You're welcome to do that. You can.
What did he say?
The 41-411. He asked. Oh, what did my attorney say?
Yeah.
Procedurally, you should hear the 41-411 case. Like, just was the property given hearing notice, proper hearing notice? Because that's what's protested there. And then if that standard's either met or not met, meaning the ARB is going to rule one way or the other, then that will tell you whether they have a case. So, okay, hypothetically, if the district.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
That makes sense. So we're going to hear the 411 first, and then if appropriate, the 25-25D. So in reference to the 411, do you want to go first? Or do you want Mike to go first?
Which Mike? No, just joking. I'll go.
Very good. Okay.
So the property owner did drop off his notice of protest, or their notice of protest, and they said they'd be contacted with the hearing date. Now, they never got contacted with what said the hearing date was going to be, time, anything else like that. So we know last year was, excuse my language, kind of a little shit show with all the counties because of COVID and everything else. So there could have been some miscommunication there. There could have been some hard getting hold of somebody in each county and everything else. People work from home, work from CAD, everything else. The district sent out a letter saying that over 25% of the protesters did not show up to the hearing. The evidence I did shows that it was a no-show at the ARB. Property owner never received any notice, and the district told him that they would email him a notice of hearing date. Now, in 18 years of doing hearings, I've never once had a notice, original notice of protest or the hearing date emailed to me. Never. I've never heard of it being done. It all has to be done by mail so it could be tracked. My question for the district is, how did they notify the property owner? And was there any letter received back from a return address and it was unable to be delivered?
Okay, Val. Please. Is it, should I answer that, or is it his time, or what would you like me to do?
Michael, you want to answer the question? It's your time.
Well, it's a question for the district is how did they proceed to send the notice out to the property owner of the hearing date?
Okay. Mike?
Yes, and so this is part of my evidence in answering the question. Is the screenshot for the protest summary case. And so this is the original case. We obviously received, just like the property owner said, we did receive a hearing. And you can see that we generated, this is a screenshot of the generation. And this is the hearing docket right here. And this is the hearing docket that indicated there was a no-show. This is a screenshot of the indication that this person had a hearing date and they didn't show. The next page, in answer to your question, sir, is you'll go further down and you'll see that we actually have a copy of the subject property owner's notice. But before that, you'll see our standard notice of protest hearing. So this is what we mail out to the subject property owner. We mail them out to everybody. Okay. So this was mailed out along with the property owner's affidavit of evidence, which we mail out, along with the hearing procedure and times, which we mail out, along with this next appraisal review board, waiver of hearing if you want it, important information about in-person hearings when you come. There's a health, I lost my thing. What case are we on? It just,
1821.
sorry, it just kicked me out. So the answer to your question is this hearing notice, along like everybody else, they're actually mailed to the property owners.
That was mailed when?
The mail date, you can see on the very second page that the date it was mailed was 8/6. And that's on the second page. There's a screenshot of that in our system. And that's delivered by first class mail. And the pages after that are everything in that packet, just like they are for everybody else. Hearing procedures, I'll continue on. And then past the hearing procedures, you have the taxpayer property remedies. And then after that, you actually see the actual protest form. So the protest form was received by our county in June 17th of 2020. They were given they were mailed a packet on April 6th. The hearing date was April 24th. They were marked as a no-show, and that's the first thing that the ARB should rule on.
So is there a question that there are two things missing? One was an email and the second was stuff by mail?
That's what his assertion is. There is no requirement for us to do an email. Like the subject property owner's agent indicated, last year was a hard time. And so we try to make it as easily available as possible. And so, it says, is this the original?
Yeah.
No, this is his one. No, this is like right now. This is 121. So you'd have to look at the original protest. So on the original protest, if you'll go down with me on the original protest, let's look at the original protest. And it does say, by telephone conference call, I will submit evidence with written affidavit before the hearing begins. So that's how they're intending to appear. That's what they've indicated. And the next section has to do with requesting a hearing delivered by, and it was unchecked. And so if it's unchecked, it's delivered by mail.
Oh, was he given a date?
Yes, yes, he was given a date just like 748 other people.
What was the date?
It was mailed on April 6th, I'm sorry, August 6th, and it was, the hearing date was August 24th.
Did he say he didn't receive any of this?
He's saying that the property owner indicated that they did not receive it.
Either email or me.
Well, there's no burden of us to email it. We were doing it.
I understand, but he made a big point on the phone here saying that in 18 years, he never gotten stuff by email. I mean,
What, we mailed it. We mailed it. We've shown that we've mailed it.
okay, just so.
So I don't know about the email. We were doing it as a courtesy to try to get things done. But our burden is to mail.
Yeah, no, I understand. So it would be helpful for me if he would say that he didn't receive the mail, and he indicated that the appraisal district claims that they emailed something. I believe that's what I heard.
I need to send you wrote the name.
I already took a similar case to Skip Hank.
And I will say that as long as the district proves that it was delivered, then that is good as delivery, section 1.07, delivery of notice, hearing notice. But go ahead.
Yeah, I had Skip Hanko look at this type of situation. I'm not sure it was for this exact protest, but remember, we had this discussion back almost a year ago now. As per our conversation yesterday, pursuant to Rule 21A, Texas Rules of Civil Procedure, methods of service include but are not limited to mail. Service by mail is complete upon deposit of the document, post-paid, and properly addressed in the mail. Thus, unless there is something in the Texas code otherwise, I think this rule is applicable to the notice you send to property. So when you showed that you put it in the mail, you put it in, that's all that's required under 21A.
Yes, the evidence that I presented showed you the timeline that we received a notice. We sent something in the mail. We have documents of the stuff that we sent because we do that for every hearing. And that's what we sent out. That's the evidence that we sent out a notice of hearing. No.
And why would he have not received
So,
the right address?
so we,
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Oh, I'm just questioning why.
Doesn't matter. Okay. Michael,
Yes, sir.
we've used up your time. Do you have anything else that you wish to say?
Now, I can't see, and I'm taking everybody's word in honesty here, as I was gonna say mine. Is there a batch number or a batch for the U.S. Postal Service that shows that they actually dropped it off? And when they dropped it off and when it's mailed out, because everything has to be documented. So is there a batch number that shows this one piece of letter was batch one of, we'll say 200 or however many were in this batch that were dropped off at the post office?
Do we
And
have?
the district prove that information?
I don't have.
Because you can take screenshots of whatever you want, say, yes, we mailed it out. Dillon County, they have a batch number saying, hey, batch number 1234 shows 700 letters being mailed out. Does the district have that information?
No, what was presented was the notice of hearing packet that's presented, so no.
So does therefore, with that being stated, with the district not having no solid evidence proof that yes, they show a batch number of it being mailed out, I feel the district is in failure. They have no documentation. Yes, they said they mailed it out.
So
Where's their documentation? Where's their proof?
that's great. So you feel, we're gonna feel that we didn't. Yeah. All I can say is that
I did not pursue a batch number.
yeah, I mean, the ARB can rule however it wants to, but this is the evidence that I presented. I've got an entire packet. It's it's over 10 pages worth of documents. It's sent out to sent out in a similar fashion.
Yeah,
Yes, we
put
take
her under oath,
those to the post
put
office.
her under oath.
You can do that same swearing.
Okay, we've got. Okay. Mhm. Okay, I'll go ahead and read it and then I'm going to sign. My name is Val Smith. I am an employee of the Aransas County Appraisal District. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay.
What question do you wish to ask me?
All right.
When you put these packages together, what's the procedure you use to fill out the envelopes? The actual mail?
We do a full day's worth of hearings. We put all the envelopes together and we hand deliver them to the post office. We hand it to the person behind the counter.
Okay.
We would have more than one at a time. We don't have metered mail or even kind of postage machine here at our office.
Right.
So we put on regular stamps, we take them to the post office.
If you had not mailed this one out, wouldn't it have been on your desk?
Yes. Yes, this is.
It would have been printed out and it would have been sitting there looking for a home.
Yes. It was printed and mailed.
And we check the address, that it is the correct address.
I haven't checked any addresses. It goes to the address on record.
It goes to the address on record. If the address on record is not correct, that's up to
I
the
know, I'm
property
just
owner.
wondering if that had been checked, what address we sent it to. Or record. Does that make any difference?
It would have been, there wouldn't be any chance of us typing in the wrong address because it pulls it directly from the record and puts it on that letter. And then it's in a window envelope. So there's nothing else done. It prints on there, it goes in a window envelope. And so that address is shown through the window.
Can I ask you, in this particular case, there was documentation sent out, and then with a scheduled meeting, a protest meeting, that then turned into a no-show. When was that meeting supposed to happen?
August 24th. The letter was mailed on August 6th, and the hearing date was August 24th. It was a no-show.
Of 2020?
That's correct.
Okay, because I'm trying to piece out here. I see in your evidence there's, and I'm not sure if this is, yeah, this is your evidence. There was the notice of protest. And this is from June of 2020. How does that relate to the
It's a great
August stuff?
It's a great question. So in May, typically May of every given year, everybody gets a notice of appraised value. And in there, they have a sheet that's unfilled out, but it's kind of pre-populated, but it's not signed by the property owner. It says notice of protest. What you see on June 17th, that June 17th is saying, hey, I want to protest. Now, we were busy, and by the time we got around to that particular one, we sent it out on August 6th, said, okay, here's, you have a notice of protest, here's your hearing date. And then that hearing date was set for, it was mailed on the 6th, and it was scheduled for August 24th. But the protest form that they filled out was received in June.
And on that protest form, I do see an indication of an email. Is that just for information purposes, or does that trigger anything from the appraisal district perspective in terms of how you communicate with the protest?
Well, and that's a great question. So it's for informational purposes, because at the bottom section of that protest form, it says means by which, let me go ahead and read it so I don't get it wrong here. On the protest form itself, let me go to that reference.
Yeah, I see it's, nothing was checked.
That's exactly right. So if it's null, then we go to default, which is to mail it. So if people will say, hey, I'd rather have it by email, don't mail it to me. We typically have an email exchange that they would have requested it by email only, and then we attach that to the file.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we want to continue on with the hearing, or
That's up to the protester. We have used up a particular amount of time here. The district has made their presentation. You presented everything you intended to.
For the failure to deliver
failure to deliver.
notice, I've presented the information.
Okay. Michael, do you have anything
sir.
further to add?
Yeah, just real quick, I know we're all busy here, we all got a pretty busy schedule today. Just real quick, without any as burden of proof to show that it was actually mailed out. And don't take it wrong, I'm not calling anybody a liar, I'm not saying anybody lied, I'm not saying anybody did anything wrong, so don't take it personal. I'm just doing my job to represent the property owner. There is no hard evidence or proof by the district to show that something was mailed out. Please take that into consideration.
My only rebuttal to that is we have a sworn testimony that says we have a procedure and we follow that procedure. There's nothing to indicate that something is different.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
Regarding account number 33372, in light of the information presented by the district and by the protester representative, I don't believe that there's been enough evidence to then we should decline the 411 request.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're done.
Okay,
Thank you, Michael.
hang on. So.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's right. Michael, we're not cutting you off.
Okay.
So at this point, understand that the ruling was made that the ARB said that we did deliver notice. At any point prior to the delinquency date, the subject property owner, the owner's agent, has the ability to file a 1/3 overruling, which he did timely. So now he is entitled to the 2525 D appeal, if that makes sense. Okay.
Okay.
Do you agree with that statement, Michael?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're on the same page. Now we're hearing the case.
Okay. And now,
Sure.
He was a no-show for the first hearing.
Right.
And what you're saying now is that, given all that, we're still going to go. Okay.
Well, but under a different set of rules, different set of standards, 25, that he has to meet a certain set of standards.
Right.
And since this property is homesteading, the new law is actually 1/4.
That is correct, sir. The form that you sent in,
So I have
I saw-
to meet the 1/4 threshold in value for this thing to be granted.
yeah, you sent it in on a 1/3, but we, the property is homesteaded, so it does meet the 1/4. Yeah, it would have to meet the 1/4. You are correct.
It is, it's in the case number, it is the same.
Okay. So we have closed the hearing on case ID 2020-1821. And we are opening a hearing on case ID 2020-1822 for the same account 33372.
Correct.
Let me skip down to ARB members who are considering the protest and not communicating with anyone about the protest and assigning an affidavit to that effect. I, Charlie Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I'm assuming that Michael, you're under oath still?
Yes, sir. Mike Stanford still under oath.
Okay, and Mike?
My name is Michael Slaughter. Do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the President will be for the Aransas County Prison District. True and correct.
Okay, Michael, once again, do you want to go first or do you want Mike Soto to go first?
Oh, I can go first. It's no big deal.
Okay,
I did send 2 emails. First email is my evidence. The second email, I did, pull a rookie mistake and forgot to show the taxes were paid timely. So, I think Val did get it this morning to show the taxes were paid timely. So that should clear the whole issue of whether taxes paid with no delinquency or penalty and interest. Mike, do you have a copy of the property description card in front of the board members?
I do. They can look
Okay.
at it if they look at my evidence. It's there. Yes, sir.
Okay, so panel members, y'all could leave a property description card. In 2019, the total improvement value was $21,670. And 2020, the improvement value went up on the main area, $22,560. Mobile homes don't increase in value. Never have, never will. They always decrease in value. They did have a detached garage of $9,400, and they have a pad site, which this one is pretty funny in my eyes, $6,200. There's a pad site on this area. This property, since Harvey, has been lived in on weekends only. They actually have a trailer park as, I can't think of it, my parents in the trailer park, can't think of it. Shady Oaks. They work in Shady Oaks, so they have a trailer park or trailer that they stay there while they were fixing this house up after Harvey. After Harvey, this house was not 100% livable. It was actually unstable. It's actually, if you do look through the pictures of my evidence, and then, sorry, they were kind of bad pictures, but if you do look at the first page where it says the hole in the wall, and the bottom one shows the soffit and hole in the wall, it's hard to see, but this mobile home actually shifted and leaned. The anchor supports that it had for this property busted. So for one, this mobile home had to be re-leveled and reshifted, lifted, settled back. It was never done. Looking at the second page of the pictures, trees uplifted from the storm. Yes, at one time this lot was beautiful, full of trees. We know what happened to Harvey. Thank God I got my parents out of it when I did, or they would have lost everything. You do see the holes, no stairs for the trailer. The third page is you do see the top page where it says the district's calling it the pad site. That's dirt. A pad site is concrete, electrical, and a septic system. Yes, they did have a travel trailer parked there. Yes, they did have electricity going to it. That does not make it a pad site. A pad site means you have electrical there with a meter, with sewage, with concrete slab. That is a pad site. So that $6,200 right there can easily come off. You just have more pictures of the house. The bricks on the bottom, like I said, it's hard, but you can't see the 2x4. That's actually where one of the anchors was on there that busted off. Another picture shows the anchor. After that, it shows another picture with a hole in the garage. And then the very last picture, you can see the mobile home is shifted. So going back to the original part, I think it's page 2 of my evidence, which shows the property description card. And it shows the land history. 2018, yes, I know I'm going back some years. And I mean, you can't go back 36 months because there's not enough evidence. Looking at this, the land was 100,000. They increased the land 50,000. I saw no land sales in the evidence. I saw no land sales to justify the increase. I saw no land sales to support land going up 50,000. I put $10,000 on improvements, being very generous, very, very generous. The land I put that at 100,360 because I don't see any kind of justification. The land at 61,000. Do I think that's fair? No, it's a bigger lot. I mean, this lot could be split into 2. So with that being stated, I put the land at 100,000, put the M's at 10,000, which is pretty much a nominal value. I mean, I could have put $100 on it, given some kind of consideration, because if enough work and money is put into it, reshifted, yes, it could still be 100% livable. But as of January 1st, it was not 100% livable. They were staying in the bedroom. They knew the risk of if they moved around a lot, the thing could fall. But they were trying to make it livable and presentable for them to move back into it.
Okay, Michael, your time is up.
Mr. Cross-examine.
So in the cross-examine time, I'd like to just go to your pictures that you have here. The first one, you have hole in wall, I guess. Is that just like a regular saw pit location? It looks like it's squared off. Is that?
Yeah, so, sorry,
the first one says
I think that might be I think that was a security light at one time. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pitch off.
Yeah, security light. So it was a security light, and so now it's really a hole in the wall. It's not some kind of ventilation thing. Okay, good. You said soffit, rotted out, and hole at the bottom of the mobile home. Okay, I see that picture. And then more rotten stuff at the bottom. Okay, when were these pictures taken, sir?
These pictures were taken actually in the, let's see, they were, I was out there after this year. They were taking Thanksgiving of last year.
So Thanksgiving of 20?
Correct. So they were taken after January 1st, 2021.
Okay.
But this is the same condition the house is in as of 2021.
Okay. For the record, just looking at one of the things I'd like to establish in my cross time, so I don't have to use it on the other time, is that the pad site is a misnomer. It's not a pad, it's a group of utilities. The electric, the sewer, and the water that make a mobile home and or an RV livable. So you have an RV, but if you don't have electric, sewer, and water, it's not very comfortable. So to make anything livable, we have what's called a trailer pad. That was what the name that they used when we established the district years ago. So it's a misnomer that it's a pad. It's not a pad. It's just a group of utilities. It's a utility package, basically. So I wanted to make that case. Moving on to my evidence. So you're going to go to ACAD evidence here. Obviously, we did know that already happened. We were highly aware and highly acute to things that had gone on. It affected different things at different levels. You had everything from just minor destruction to total destruction. and everything in between. If you're looking at our evidence, the market value in 19 was 172. The market value in 20 was different. And so we did see some damage, and we did increase the value of the structure. We did that primarily because we go around, we drive around, or we're looking at aerial imagery. We saw that this one had a new roof. That was usually a pretty good indicator that things were starting to move in the right direction. And that new roof, we added some years there, and we took the functionality of all the damage out. So any Harvey code that was there would have been removed. You couple that with a little bit of effective age for a new roof. Obviously, the subject property owners giving you good valuable information that says, hey, you still have some rotted wood on the bottom. So can you describe like the inside, right, on January 1st of 2020? I mean, was it livable? Was it not livable? Can you tell us that?
The bedroom and the bath and the main was basically the only thing that they had 100% operational.
Okay.
The kitchen they didn't.
Okay.
And like I said, they put a new roof on the house just kind of to rebuild it, to live back into it and get it feasible to live back into the house. So that's why the new roof was put on for maintenance measures. So that's where they were kind of standing at. So
and that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that
would
was
a normal person live in? No.
okay. But I mean, if you had to so you talked about a couple of bedrooms and a bathroom and whatever. If you had to apportion like the amount of square footage inside the house that was really done, can you give us an estimate of what that is? I mean, because how many bedrooms does it have? I mean, it's only 1,500 square feet. Is it a 2-bedroom house, a 3-bedroom house? What is it?
It is a 2-bedroom house.
Okay, so
and as far as how big the master is, I don't know. I've been in some sketchy houses before. I wasn't about to find this one.
okay, yeah, I'm just looking for your best estimation. So was the kitchen?
I would probably say 15% livable.
1.5?
Yeah.
Okay, well that's
the
not.
only thing he had was the bedroom and the bath.
Oh,
The master bedroom, bath. The kitchen wasn't feasible.
Or did they have air conditioning?
I believe they had a window unit or a unit for their bedroom. I didn't see no AC anywhere around it.
I mean, what you just indicated is, in my opinion, more than 1.5%. It's closer to 20 or 30% complete on January 1.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying, I'm trying to get a real feel for what was there. You've obviously given some really good evidence as far as the damage to the soffit and to the bottom of the trailer. That's all fine and good. That's why I'm trying to see a percent completeness, because you're not yet done, I guess, or you weren't on January 1st. I do want to point out that, so what was your assertion of value overall? What was your overall assertion of value?
My overall value was 110,360.
Okay, so I guess what I would, and the evidence that I'm providing here shows that, one of the statements was made is mobile homes increase, they never increase, they'll never increase. Nothing could be further from the truth in Aransas County. In fact, what I have in front of you are actual sales of mobile homes. These are actual mobile homes, 114,000 single wide, 130,000 single wide, 105,000. That's like a 2SS, like one of the lowest classes we have. And as far as showing value for the land, you can see that this next one on comp number 4 shows you just a land element that just has some minor things with it. This is another mobile home. Okay, 165,000. So to say that things don't sell for, a lot if they have a mobile home, yeah, they really do. As far as equity grid, well, let me just say that if the mobile home were complete and if it were, livable, it would render a value of 232,000 on the median, 231 on the median value. From an equity value, it supports a value of 197. The district recognizes that there's some things wrong with the property. The subject property owner's agent has shown you that, so that's really should be the direction we're headed to try to figure out what that, damage is.
Okay, you have 2 minutes for cross-examine and then 2 minutes for rebuttal.
All righty. Is the district not gonna make an offer
Oh,
or make any kind of adjustment to the property?
yes, I mean, if you're asking me to, based on your testimony, what you said, then my requisite answer would be that you would only be 30% complete, and then we would reduce the value of the improvement. The main house, like you could put the main house at only 30% complete or 30% good, basically 70% damage. That, based on your testimony in the pictures that you showed, that should be the main house value. Now, understand that that would be 22,000 times 0.3 should be that value. 22,560 times 0.3, because he said he's only 30% complete or 30% good in the house. So that leaves that value at 67,668. So let's say 67,60, and then he's got the garage that's still there, which is 9430. You got the trailer pad at 6260, and then you got some miscellaneous things. But if you were to take off the value, the difference in the value of the 22,560, so 22,560 minus the value that we now have on it, 6760. So the improvement, instead of $40,000, would be something like 15,800. So leaving the land value the same, so you'd be at 15,800 plus 150 for the land, 520. So that'd be like 166,000 based on your evidence, sir. 166,320.
Alrighty.
You would
All right.
you would definitely meet the threshold at that point, and I mean, I mean that's your evidence. So I mean, I'm not disputing it.
No. I just wanted to know what your opinion was. That's all it was. All right. So a little cross reference. For the district, all the cells. Well, first of all, equity is not an issue. You cannot use equity in any kind of correction hearing. So equity is void in this hearing. Based on the cells that I saw, are any of these in the subject's immediate neighborhood?
Let's look. Let's see, Rowe, Gagon, Stanley, Stewart. Stewart's probably going to be the closest one to you. But these were mobile home sales. That's what I was trying to get. They're most comparable because somebody that was in the market for a mobile home for the subject would be in the market for a mobile home for anywhere else in the city. That's what was presented. Okay. They're not like right next door, if that's correct.
Oh yeah. I mean, which of course I know that you're not going to find any real close to each other right there. All right, so panel members, we're not far off the improvements as far as where we're at. Pad site, I walked it. There was no plumbing there. There was a makeshift electrical there for just run electricity to the trailer to kind of keep a little power on. That's all it was. It was basically there for storage. Nobody was living in it. So once again, that's $6,200. Strongly disagree with it. Two, there's nothing for land increase. There's nothing just like a $50,000 land increase. So with that, I don't see anything like land should be evaluated any higher than $100,360. With that being presented, I have nothing further for y'all.
Mike, you got 2 minutes.
All I would say is that, as far as providing evidence, the evidence of the sales that are there that are congruent, these are actual sales of actual mobile homes. And they're not double wides, they're single wides. Most of them are single wides. 114, 130, 105, 165. These are actual sales of mobile homes with land. And the adjustments that are here are appropriate. They're appropriate for age, for size of the lot, for value of the lot. So the requisite value that would indicate that the subject property is worth 231. Now, the market on January 1st of 2020 is different than the market right now, but you can buy a mobile home, you can sell a mobile home for 232,000 pretty easily now. Now, having said that, the subject property owner has given you information that's relative to the value of the inside of the house as far as percent completeness. But it has a bathroom, which means it has sewer, it has electricity, which means that it's covered, and it has water. So it meets the elements for the TP. And I'm sorry that you're getting hung up on the pad, but the reality is this particular double wide has all three elements there. You know, I think somewhere in that neighborhood of 166 is probably right based on his testimony of what he's got wrong with the property. I mean, I presented evidence of sale. And furthermore, just look at the card. The property sold for 150 way back in 16 before the storm.
Okay.
That's I mean, until my closing statement.
Okay, you have 1 minute for protester closing.
All right, sir. So let's look at those sales. Let's take 70% of those values off those 100% ready to move into, ready to sell mobile homes.
Oh my gosh.
You see evidence. Is our property ready to live in? Is our property ready to sell? Will somebody pay top dollar for this mobile home and this property? No. What is the market for, you know, in the area that Aransas has? I don't know. You know, I travel there all the time to see my parents. The place hasn't 100% come back. Yes, people are living there. Yes, the town is on its comeback, but there are a lot of properties that are still damaged, still demolished due to Harvey. You know, I hate to see that because it is a beautiful town. I love going there. But bottom line is, there's no support land increase. Yes, these other properties are outside the neighborhood, so those land values might be more valuable. What is the land value for those properties? What's the price per foot for those properties? How more desirable are those areas compared to where we are? Yes, we're looking at mobile homes to mobile homes, but keep in mind, panel members, if I'm going to sell a property and try to compare it to 100% livable to not 100% livable, is that comparable? Is the district making those adjustments? I don't think so, because they still think the property was 100% livable as of January 1st. So they're not making the proper adjustments to these comps to be compared to like the subject property,
Your time
which
is
is based
up.
on the state tax code book. You have to make comparable properties adjustable to be like the subject
Michael?
property, which is not 100% livable.
Michael, time's up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, district closing, 1 minute.
Yeah, in relation to the adjustment, I went off of your evidence and what you presented, and I made an adjustment from 40,000 down to 15,800. So I'm listening to you. Furthermore, one of the things, one last question that I might have, we have information that this subject property actually sold in November. Do you want to tell us what that price was?
No speculation or information.
Okay, well, the information that we have is 225,000. Is that too high or too low? So
I don't know. I have not talked to the property owner, but if they sold the property or not,
yeah, the
that's
information.
new information for me.
It's not relevant to January 1 of 2020 because the property owner's agent is telling them to do that. But it sold in November of 20 for 225,000. So to make an assertion that it's, I don't know, do what you want. I've got a value of 166 based on his evidence on January 1. I'm
Panel member,
surprised.
just real quick, the information that the district just provided is irrelevant, was not submitted in timely for the hearing.
It's,
So please
It's fine.
dismiss the last comment that he
It's
just
fine.
stated.
It's fine.
it's sworn testimony. It's a true and accurate
it's not-
statement. It's sworn testimony.
Yeah, it's not taken into consideration. It's our time?
It's our time.
It's our time.
Y'all time.
Personally, I think the 166 is correct,
I agree.
most correct. it takes into consideration the damage, the pictures that were shown. It does have the utilities, so it is
Trailer pad.
a trailer pad, even though it's not groomed, it's a trailer pad. So I would go with 166.
I think that's being very generous.
I agree with that.
Yes, as an aside, the 150 on the land value, that was actually carried forward. Right?
Right,
So,
no increase in land.
so there was no increase in 20, at least as of, okay. My only question, Mike, if you could maybe educate me a little, I'm looking at these sales grids and the land value. I'm confused on what I'm seeing between comp 1, comp 2, comp 3, comp 4.
Yeah, and that's a good question. So, so if you look at the subject and then you look at comp 1, the difference in value is 150 as opposed to 45. So it makes the appropriate adjustment. So you can see that in this Rose Street area, the value per square foot is less, and they also have less square footage. So they have less of the value.
Okay,
And so the adjustment is made to the comp, not the subject.
I'm with you. Thank you. I'm reading that.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion on account 33372. That the value of property be reduced from 190,700 to 166,000.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Okay. The value is established at 166,000. And this is a 25%, right?
This is
This
25%.
is 25%. Okay.
Yeah, you have to do the second test. It's 25 delta.
Yeah.
It's not 1.333.
Those new laws, I tell you.
166,000 times 1.25 equals 207,500, which is not below 190, right?
That's correct.
Fails the test.
That one does fail.
It does fail the test. Okay, so the value stays the way it stands. We need another motion.
So I moved in on account number 33372, that for the tax year 2020, that the value remains at $190,700 because it fails the 25 test.
Right. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Michael.
I do thank y'all very much. Mike, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Y'all have a good one and stay safe.
All right.
I think.
It's going to be Rockport Land Trust.
1809.
Yes, we put all of the, let's see, it's 1804 through 1809. We put all of them together on one affidavit. You'll hear them separately, but we'll just notarize once.
So
Or
are we
the-
going to 1804?
Right.
You said?
Which is.
Yes, that's the smallest
value
number,
on the
so
approved.
that would be the one to start with.
But then the 25 is the second one, and it doesn't pass.
It does not pass.
Yeah, it's the same in all the
Okay, so
others.
this is a failed, and so it's overall
yes.
failed.
It's,
Okay.
at least for the taxpayers part.
So appraised value
The
is our first thing. so
ACAD,
they just
I'm not
have to
sure.
pay the 160. And then.
Meaning our district.
Put 150.
So this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
So this would be
Your folders. Okay.
Okay, and so the actual, when we do the swearing in, I think how we did that last year was we said we were commencing a hearing with Rockport Land Trust. And that we're gonna swear in for all of the cases. And then we hear the cases one by one.
Right. That's Mike.
Yes, so that would be
And this is,
all of the board members, so that's.
where's the case number here?
Uh-huh.
Right. Okay. All right, we can do that.
Oh, yeah, and I usually,
Sorry, go ahead.
I usually give y'all the notice of hearing where it lists it out also. So let me see if I can print that out.
Okay.
But did you have another question?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Am I doing, what do you need?
Do you have the 4-digit number for the next one?
Which one is the next one?
It's gonna be one on the Rockport Land Trust. I just want to see if they're submitted.
Okay, the 4 digits, they're 1805, 1806, 1807, 1808, 1809, and 1804. Do we know if the person in the waiting room, Katie Jackson, is the person for this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, should we go ahead and bring her in and get her on the telephone? Because we have to get her on the telephone.
That's a question for now.
Okay.
That's what we need.
Probably should. I know.
Air doesn't work as well back here as it does. The air doesn't work very well back here.
Cool. So we haven't done any reconstruction here yet.
No.
When's that gonna be?
Wait.
Bring some
Funds.
insulation and sheetrock with you next time, and we'll, in our breaks, we'll patch it up a little bit.
Computer bone right there.
Yeah. How about the size? How old is it?
No, you can't go in.
Like I saw in the paper,
Oh, my God.
there was discussion among city council people about the wireless microwave, or the wireless internet upgrade. Did that
There's a-
pass? Or
There's
did
a discussion around the county about not necessarily wireless, like a loop. There's a
Okay.
internet loop.
Fiber
It's a
optic
fiber
loop or
optic
wire
loop,
loop,
or
okay.
wireless loop they're talking about.
Okay.
The city itself and getting kind of linked up on this is we have done. We are part of that already. And so we,
It goes out of the
so this works, I mean,
Okay.
well,
Oh,
it doesn't seem like it
Yes.
works better. It
She's
does,
in
it is in fact
Zoom.
working.
Casey's in Zoom.
She's ready, yes, she's ready, but
Mhm.
she's gonna have to be on the telephone still, and I was wondering if you wanted to bring her in and get her on the phone while we're waiting, because it's gonna take some additional time.
Okay.
So yes, on that, I can talk to her about it, I can do it. Are we ready?
No,
No, okay.
From what you described,
do we look right?
last season.
No, I just didn't know if we needed to bring her in or not, but apparently no. So I'm good.
Yeah, from what was described last season, of a sort of point-to-point microwave between the city service center and here. I mean, it's amazing how this works.
Well, it was a little tiny dish on the
Yeah.
back pointed over there.
Okay.
And to another thing. And then when it rained, it was bad and it was basically through the air. And now
Okay.
they actually buried fiber optic out
okay.
here and drilled under our parking lot. And it comes in at that corner,
Okay.
that corner over there and then runs.
Yeah, it works stuff now.
We're better there. This all should be better. This is
Looks like to me.
a new setup for us and it all should work better once we get some couple more parts for it.
And this is connected to the county or to some?
The city.
Oh, okay. Because Spectre was given some pretty amazing deals for business stuff, but
There were, but getting us hooked up would be incredibly expensive on that. But then the city laid their fiber and attached us.
my only point of reference is over at the Maritime Museum.
Okay, we've got her phone number since
They
we don't
drove
have
on
audio.
the road. Let's
You
go.
were saying you
Hey,
could talk to her
Spectre,
though?
okay.
Yeah, I can talk to her, but Charlie goes.
Go ahead. Stuff, yeah. What are you talking about?
Here. Yeah.
Those guys are here.
Do I hit that little
No,
phone?
just start that.
Yeah.
Trying to connect on
Oh my
audio here. It
Who is
says
Miss Casey
Jackson.
Jackson.
Casey Jackson. Jackson,
Hello,
Casey,
I'm here.
she's on here. We should be able to talk to her on here though too, but she can't. Casey, if you're on here and I cannot hear you. And we're trying to call you right now because we have to establish a line for us to be able to hear you.
Can y'all hear me here on the computer?
I can see you now, but I can't hear you. And we're calling you right now. You should get a call right now from us.
Hello,
Hey, Casey, can you hear us on the phone?
I can.
Good.
Okay. Casey,
Yes,
I understand that you have 6 properties that we're gonna look at, is that correct?
correct.
Okay, what we're gonna do is, in the interest of trying to save some time in my voice, we're gonna run through the script, for this, for all 6 properties at the same time. And also, we have an affidavit for protest for hearing that we have to fill out, and we'll do that for the 6 properties at the same time. And then we'll go at them one at a time, okay?
All right, I'm happy to skip all that if you want, if you can, but if you don't, if you have to, that's fine.
You have to do it just once.
Okay,
And the idea is to do it once and be done with it.
all right.
We have a bit of a clerical hiccup. We do not have an AOA on Casey Jackson, an appointed agent. And the documentation that we have for the ownership of the property doesn't reflect his name anywhere. So we're not sure if he meets whatever requirements there are to file a protest or represent the property.
Casey, can you
file
answer?
an AOA?
I'm pretty sure I have previously.
We can go look. Are you in the company?
So the Rockport Land Trust is a trust. Um, the beneficiary of the trust is my company, Veritas Financial, and I'm the owner, the sole owner of that company. And I've got a land trust agreement that I'm happy to send to you guys if you would like that.
Do we, who's the appointed successor trustee?
I am currently.
Okay, do you have anything that says that? That would be perfect.
I don't have the successor trustee document. I have the land trust document as well. I can send that to officemgr@aransascad.org.
Yeah, well, we could proceed. We just need to make sure that you have the authority to speak on behalf of the owner of the property. And without an ARB, then we need to know how you're locked in, basically.
Okay, I just sent you the trust agreement. It shows me as the trustee. I'm also the owner of Veritas Financial, which is the beneficiary of the trust.
Great.
Okay, we can proceed.
Okay, in that case, we're opening a hearing on case number 2020-1804, 1805, 1806, 1807, 1808, 1809. These represent account numbers 24-162, 88-21-889, 88-21-890, 88-21-891, 88-21-892, 88-21-893. This hearing is being recorded. We're the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. We do appreciate you taking it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45(8), all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. The ARB members who are considering your protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I'll begin with I, Charlie Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F. And this applies to case numbers 1804, 1805, 1806, 1807, 1808, and 1809. All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I'm assuming that I'm sorry. Skip. Go ahead.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. I need to read these up here.
This is 1804 to 1809.
Regarding cases 1804, 1805, 1806, 1807, 1808, and 1809.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. This applies to cases 2020-1804 through 2020-1809.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F with respect to case numbers 2020-1804 through 2020-1809.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F. This pertains to count numbers 2020-1804 through 1809.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Casey, I'm assuming you're under oath because you're signing the affidavit.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I am a do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct for accounts number 24162 882-188-989-909192.
Casey, do you hold a license and certification from Texas Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have available to you the hearing procedure time document?
Sure. Not in front of me, but I've read it.
So you know there's the hearing procedure is broken up into individual time segments, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also get the choice of whether you'd like to go first or you'd like the district to go first. We're starting on 1804.
You say we're starting on 1804. That's a tax case?
No, that's the case ID
Okay.
220-1804. Account 24162.
Okay. Yeah, can I address all these at once? It might save us a bunch of time.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 6 lots here that we're protesting. So I'd like to go first if I can.
Oh, these are just bare lots?
Well, two of the lots have buildings on them, and then there are 4 empty lots.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
Okay, so this used to be one property ID number 24162. This was all one lot. It was 4.5 acres and 2 buildings totaling two unfinished buildings totaling 29,000 square feet. And then I purchased them in 2018 for 1.1 million. And I went to the appraisal review board in 2018, and the review board agreed with me that the value was 1.1 million. I purchased the property on the open market. We haven't done any changes to the property. I've tried to lease the property out or sell the property, and I would, argue that a property is what somebody is willing to pay for it. And so I couldn't get anybody to pay me any price for the property. So I subdivided the property into 6 different lots, which is now why there are 6. This is now 6 different properties. So in 2019, the property, I've got a document there that shows the plat that I had provided you guys. And in 2019, the property was one property ID 24162. And it was appraised at 1.1 million, what I purchased the property for. I then subdivided the lot into 6 different lots. So I've got 4 bare lots and then 2 lots that have a conjoined building on them. Not really knowing what I'm doing. In Rockport, it's relatively easy to create a subdivision. Basically just hire a surveyor for $1,500 and tell them what you want to do, and they cut it up into 6 different lots for you. What I didn't know at the time is that state of Texas has regulations for highway spacing. So while I have lots 1, 2, 3, and 4, the appraisal district has those valued at 153,000, 151,000, 115,000, and 115,000. Those are basically individually worthless lots because you can't I can't put driveways on those properties. The state of Texas won't let me on a Texas state highway. You have to have 200 feet of spacing between driveways on a road that's less than 30 miles an hour. There is a print shop to the north of us, and there is the lot 5 and 6 have driveways. So basically I cannot put a driveway on any one of those lots 1 through 4. So individually the lots are kind of undevelopable, at least as commercial space on 35. The lots 1 through 4 combined are still undevelopable because I can't put a driveway on them. So they are only really worth anything to anybody if they are sold with lot 5. And so I know this because I've been trying to sell these properties, and folks have gone through the process, got it under contract, and realized they can't develop these. And not because of Rockport, but because of the state of Texas. And so I then have lots 1 through 5. I would argue that a property is worth what somebody is willing to pay for it. And I've got lots 1 through 5 for under market to sell to somebody for $875,000. I'd like to get the most amount I could for those properties, but that's the available offer that I have. And so my argument, and I don't know how you would break those up, but in terms of individual valuations between the properties, but in my document, I've provided what I would be, I guess, a best guesstimate of what those properties are worth individually based on the sales price of a contract that I have for lots 1 through 5, which I put basically each individual lot perhaps is worth $40,000 a piece. Again, I'd argue that they're not worth anything individually. But if you wanted to put a number on it, I guess that's a fair number. But I think lots 1 through 5 are worth $875,000, and that's the price that I have them under contract to sell for. Deducing from that, I did some math, and I think that the lot 6 has a building on it, it's an unfinished building. I think that that's probably worth $595,000 from comps that I've run, and I'm sure that again, this is an unfinished building. A whole lot of money would have to go into this to get it rentable. And so I don't know how you guys do the valuations. If you do it based on potential market rents, I can go into that argument, I guess, if you wanted to, but y'all have the document there of basically, you know, what I think it's worth based on what the market will bear. And it's kind of tough down in Rockport because there's not a whole lot of buildings like this one. You know, office space, there's not a huge demand for office space in Rockport. I would argue very little. And so it's kind of a tough thing to put a valuation on. I had a appraisal done. I can't find it, but when I was getting bank financing on the property, appraisal was done. It came in right around $1 million. The appraisal review board agreed with me that all 6 lots 2 years ago was worth 1.1 million. And then when I subdivided it is when we came up with this appraisal district said 2.8 million. And I asked them about it and they said that's their opinion and they don't agree with the appraisal review board. So I'll leave it at that.
What is your opinion of value for all 6 lots? Do you have a number like that?
All 6. Yeah, 1470. Basically what I think I can sell them for.
$1.4 million for all 6 lots. What you said?
Correct. I've got lots 1 through 5 under contract to sell on May 15th for $875,000. And I have a potential buyer for lot 6 for $595,000.
Okay, just cross-examine 2 minutes.
I don't have anything to property in. I don't have any questions.
And your presentation, 5 minutes.
All right. We're doing 1804 first, right? And does not want to open. Okay, so the 1804 represents property ID number 24162. It is part of a larger economic unit, several properties that are adjacent to each other. Previously, this was a Rockport Full Intermediate School and Little Bay Elementary, and now it is a vacant building. The property was sold by a public entity in 2018 for $1.1 million to the current property. It's been vacant that entire time. It used to be 1 parcel. I think it might have been 2, but I think it was 1. And it has been sectioned off into several smaller parcels, but nothing's really been done with those separate parcels. They've been listed basically the entire time that the current property owner has been holding them. And because this property is in a kind of inoperable state, there is no market rent or anything. There's no income value applied to this property. It would be difficult to produce anything on that front because the idea of holding a tenancy on a building this big in Aransas County is pretty unlikely. More likely somebody would buy it. We've had talks about this building and its highest and best use being that it was built as a school and it's probably best used as a school, but you don't get to just open your own school. There has been talks about the local community college buying it, turning it into a technical school, and we've considered that it would make a reasonable skeleton to put a nursing home, a decent nursing home. But as it sits, it's just a very large vacant. The comps that we use were other large commercial properties in that area just to show what these things are selling for, or what their indicated values are for large commercial properties right in that area. It's a really desirable area. But as it was said, this thing isn't exactly set up for foot traffic right now. On a sales basis, the number that is shown for this subject property, and keep in mind this is just one parcel, not for all six together. This is lot, I think this is lot 6. If it's sold like the other properties do, it would be expected to get about 1.6 million. But as the property owner has indicated, it's not demanding anywhere near that. Because it's just not situated and set up correctly. There's a lot of complication to how these things get apportioned given other smaller properties attached to it. We need to find one of the smaller lots. If we're going to talk about them as one economic unit, I need to see what we have on those. Okay. You'll just hold it in a second. Don't want to get my wires crossed. Thanks. Okay. Mr. Jackson, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So, pending contract you have for lot 5, that includes lots 1 to 4 as well, right?
Correct.
Is that, and so that's 875 for the entire 1 through 5.
Correct.
Right. Okay. How did you come up with the 715 for lot 5 and 40 for each of them? Is that just an approximation?
You know, I tried to sell those lots individually.
Yeah.
And nobody can do anything with them. So
yeah,
I mean, individually, I think they're worth 0. I mean, they're like, you know, you could camp on them.
Well, what you're running into is kind of relates to what you said about how easy it is to split property in this county. If you split a side yard into 18 little squares, each one individually would be kind of worthless, but they're not individual. The answer is just sell them all together. You know,
yeah, I mean, you guys have a valuation of kind of an I-35 frontage road, a lot being worth about $150,000. I would think that's an accurate number for all 4 combined, which I put them at 160. But I still can't sell 1 through 4 by themselves without 5. I mean, you can't develop them without 5. So I created that valuation sort of roughly based on what similar to what you guys are valuing a I-35 frontage lot that might be developable.
Right.
So, you know,
Well-
it's tough to run a comp because you can't do anything with them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what I'm saying is the expected future for these little smaller parcels is that they would just be sold together with lot 5.
You're correct.
I'm kind of surprised you made it split 5 and 6 apart, honestly.
Well, again, you know, I've had this thing on the market for 3 years at 1.7 million for the entire 6 lots, and there's no takers. So, you know, my idea was to break it up into something smaller that maybe, you know, a more palatable size that somebody might want to acquire. And that's kind of what happened is, you know, 1 through 5 got purchased. You know, as a side note, probably having nothing to do with this hearing, I've worked for 3 years with the EDC and some other folks trying to figure out, like, you know, how we can get this workforce development center built here. And I'm basically trying to give them lot 6. I mean, I've offered to lease it to them, do all the work to fix it up, whatever. You know, I would love nothing more than there to be a 30,000 square feet of workforce development center there. I've tried I've been working with them for 3 years trying to make that happen. That being said, at some point, if they're not going to buy it, I got to sell it to somebody else. I have a potential buyer for lot 6 at 595, but no, I would love, I mean, I'm not sure it makes sense at any given point to have broken it up into 6 lots, but that's what I did. And in retrospect, it really should be one property.
Well, we are at protester cross-examine. You have 2 minutes. David.
I've got nothing else.
Okay. Protester rebuttal. Anything there? You've done a good job so far explaining yourself.
Who's me?
Yeah, he's talking to you.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would argue in my fair market valuation, I think those are accurate numbers. I mean, that's all I can leave it at. I mean, I don't think I mean, having been trying to sell these properties for 3 years, I don't think they're worth 1.7. That's what I've had the whole thing for sale for. You know, I've had offers at 1.2, 1.3. I think I'm being gracious at saying 147, and the numbers that I have are a pretty darn accurate representation of value.
What time?
Well, we're still in a protester rebuttal, and then you'll have 2 minutes of the district rebuttal.
Are you, Mr. Jackson, are you done?
Yes, sir.
I don't have anything for rebuttal.
What's you?
So, I agree with him. I think that it's very reasonable.
You agree with his values as
Well-
defined by the table that he shows in his.
No, I agree with you in principle. The only issue is how to break these up per property. It's really complicated, and I don't know if this is the kind of thing this is the sort of work that I wouldn't rush at my desk. We're not doing appraisal work here. This is an ARB hearing. So I don't know where to draw the line as far as how exactly to apportion this out. You know, I don't know. I think that the cumulative numbers, we're kind of on the same page, but how exactly you apply that to each account, it can be up to y'all.
Okay, fine. I got
Can I ask a question? Cumulative number 1470.
Yeah, it was basically one name.
Yeah, 1. Yeah, we put the entire 6 properties.
Yeah, and that's given
Yeah,
that
just-
they have been listed for 1.7, just sitting there.
But they have to be apportioned by a lot value for the
Yes,
6
and-
lots. You can't just say be divided by 6.
No, because the individual, well, you guys can do whatever you want, but that would end up making the lot value for the first one, lot 1, extremely high. doesn't have a building. The thing that's throwing it off is that lots 1 to 4 are part of a parking lot. It used to be a playground. So it's just grass and land. Individually, they're not worth, like you said, anything, but you're not gonna sell them individually, you're gonna sell them all together. But they're, how much dollars do you put on what account?
How we make that determination?
Well, I think it's really easy. Casey has obviously been in this thing for what, 3 years now?
Yes, sir.
So he's got an offer on the table for 1 through 5. I'm sorry, are we in our time? Have you finished?
But I think, go ahead.
All right.
I think
The 1 through 5, he's got an offer on the table for 875.
Right.
Now, he's got it split up in a very rational way, as rational as he could be, given the circumstances that those are not usable as individual lots.
Well, not just 1.4, I thought 1 through 4, I thought 1.5 was usable. Or is it just-
But 1 through 4 are not
Why not?
usable without 5.
The offer is to purchase all 5.
The offer
I
is to
understand
purchase
that,
all
yeah,
5,
but it's turned-
Yes.
Go ahead.
because 1 through 4 are not usable without 5, right? And his value on 6 is the function of an offer that's on the table. Casey?
1 through 5 is a function of an offer that's on the table. Oh, sorry. 1 through 5 is an offer that is, I believe, is going to close. Lot 6 is an offer that's on the table. Yes.
All right. My view is we take that table as it is.
Okay. Can I ask what the improvements are on 1 and 2?
Lots 1 and 2?
Yeah, because I mean, the land value is equally portions, but there are improvements on 1 and 2.
It's paved.
Oh, pavement, okay. Concrete.
Blacktop, asphalt. Not even concrete.
Yeah. Lots 1 and 2 have like a basketball court or something like that.
Yeah. I know where you're at.
If I have any time, I don't know, how long you're gonna be around, but I just wanted to tell you, thank you for selling that little piece next to that strip center.
You're welcome. Did I sell it to you?
No. I've been in and out of there, it might be plenty easier now.
Well, they needed it, so I'm glad I could help them out.
Bill, do you have anything, guys? Okay.
So let me take a stab then. And
Take a
make it
stab.
up. So we're going to consider cases 2020-1804.
Wait, please.
We'd have to have a separate ruling for each.
Oh, do we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
We're currently doing case 1804.
Okay, so let me do that. Then can I do each one separately at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I'm sorry to stop you again, but you will have to do a 2525D and then you have to do 2 motions on each. I'm sorry
each
to
one.
be a stickler, but I think that's the way this is
Okay.
going to work.
That's right.
Okay.
We established the value.
Okay, so for case 2020-1804, property code or count 24-162. I move that we set the value of that 1.561 acres at $595,000.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Keep going.
Okay.
Well, can I ask, because just with the way that the computer's set up, like Scott will put in that motion that it passed, and then he'll need to open up the next case.
Yeah.
So it might be easier to just go ahead and call the next one and then waive all of the times and
Okay,
just go on to the motion.
Hold on a second.
Uh-huh.
But don't we need to do the 2525D motion now first?
Yes, yeah.
And then as soon as he does that, then we can open the next case. And go on.
My advice would be to move it Scott thinks this.
Yeah.
He's gonna do the bulk of the.
So we need to do what you're saying is we need to, now we establish the value. We need to do the test before we move on. Is that what you're saying, Scott?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm confused for a second. Robert, you said 590.
595.
And I'm trying to bridge to anything that I can see and how
It
you
would be lot number 6.
595? There's a
Yeah.
chart,
Chart in
there's a
the
table
protester evidence,
Yeah, I'm
that has all of these values.
page 5 of 7.
okay, I'm with you.
Got it?
Okay, I accept. Carry on.
Thank
So much.
Good effort.
Okay, now we'll do we established the value at 580, 595,
595,000.
595,000, 595 times
1.333.
1.333, right? 0.3333 equals 793,315. And we have here 1114. So this is less than satisfies the rule.
Yeah.
Okay. Need a motion.
I move that on account number 24162, that we adjust the value of the property. So it's right.
Okay.
To $595,000 from the $1,114,270, because this property does not meet,
It
does meet
does meet
the 25-25
rule.
Outside.
Okay.
And to be specific, it's property and improvement.
property into. That's correct. Thank you.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Scott, you're telling us
Just-
when we go ahead.
I will, just, let me do this. Pending. And
You're gonna do the next one, 1805, right?
25, 25, D. that is
88218,
correction.
1889.
And that
This portion of using our software is where it's like input error would cause a problem. And the worst part is if you move too fast, it'll crash.
Okay. Got it.
All right, next,
Okay.
And you're gonna do lot 5, right?
Yes.
which is which account?
8821889.
Perfect.
Got it?
So I make a motion on case ID 2020-1805, account number 8821889, that we lower the property value from $1,237,790 to $715,000.
Okay, and we will test that.
Well, first, do we need to vote on that?
Oh, I'm sorry. We have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now we'll see if I can use the calculator. 715,000. 1.3333 equals 953,309. 953,309 is below 1237790. It passes the test. Agree?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
So I move that on account number, or case ID number 2020-1805, account number 8821889, 1889, that the value of the current value of $1.237,790,000 does meet the 25-25 rule. Therefore, the property value should be reduced to $715,000.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
All right, next.
Okay. The next one is account number 882-1890. It's case ID 2020-1806, which is lot 4. I make a motion that we reduce lot 4 from its current evaluation of $115,500 down to $40,000.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
And we'll put it to the test. 40. $53,322 is less than $115,500. It passes the test.
I move on case ID 2020-1806 for account number 882-1890. That because it meets the 25-25D rule, that we lower the value from its current value of $115,500 to $40,000.
Second.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. What did you call the property ID out as?
882-1890.
Did we do 90?
No.
We did 889.
We just did it.
I just did a $40,000.
Well, we did it for the lowering the value, but the 25-25D rule,
I'm sorry.
we need to
You're
Motion.
correct.
I second it.
All in favor?
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so that's
Now we can move on to 91.
that. Tell me when you're ready, Scott.
Well, okay,
Okay, I'd like to make a motion on account 2020-1807, account number 882-1891, which is lot 3, that we lower the value from its current $115,500 down to $40,000.
Second.
In favor?
All right.
The value of the 1.3333 is 53,332, which for 891 passes the test.
I'd like to make a motion based on evidence shown for the 25-25D rule that for account number 882-1891, we lower the value from $115,500 down to $40,000.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yep.
So I'd like to make a motion on account number 8821892. It's case ID 2020-1808. That based on evidence given, we lower the value from $151,850 down to $40,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
40,000. 1.3333 is 53,332, which passes the test of being less than 151,850.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion then on account number 8821892 that we lower the value.
The other 40,000.
It's on 40. Think it'd be okay. Yeah. That we lower the value from 151,850 down to $40,000 because it passes the 25/25D test.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion on account number 8821893 for case ID 2020-1809. Based on evidence given in the hearing, we lower the value from its current value of $153,010 down to $40,000. This is lot one.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
$40,000 times 1.3333 is 53,332, which is less than,
Yeah, but it meets the criteria.
Oh, okay. You went a few more.
So that meets the 25/25D.
Yes.
rule. So I'd like to make a motion on account number 8821893 that we lower the current value of $153,010 down to $40,000 based on meeting the 25/25D rule.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
The last one?
The last one.
Then we have the other one.
This hearing is closed. Casey, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You'll get a document in the mail.
All right. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Now, I bet that next year, we'll go through this again because it's going to go back and recombine lots 1 through 4 to make one lot. We'll see. Why did you choose?
I think somebody buy that property.
Do we have, where's Val?
Yes,
Where's my Val?
we have one more,
Yeah.
by application. Of course, we could put that on for the
Let's do
applicant.
It was just.
Boys and girls, hello. We have only one more hearing. It's by affidavit. We can choose to do the affidavit this afternoon when we come back, or we can choose to do it now.
We
Since
have
it's an
other things to
affidavit
do
and
this
there's no one for
afternoon also.
what?
We have other things to do.
We have other things to do then.
Okay, okay. Then we
Come back.
Yeah.
So we'll do the affidavit after. Okay,
Sounds good.
all right. We'll be back at 1 o'clock.
1:30,
1:30?
1:30.
1:30 is the time.
All right, Eamon, do we want to shut this down or we want to let it run?
You can either mute it or you can turn it off.
We have on our agenda recess for lunch.
So
It's
we
only
are
one
back.
solid PID. Yeah, so
We're
it's-
live?
We are live.
We only have one person, one affidavit.
One affidavit and then the rest of the agenda.
I thought there's one person.
Yeah, she just said.
But that's not a hearing.
It's not for
Is
us.
that the affidavit?
Yeah, it is, but
I think so.
what's the person?
Believe that the person who is here,
Is Miller.
Miller or Ritter?
Ritter.
Mary Ritter.
Okay. Two,
That's 2020 1810.
on page 4.
It is.
It's on page 4.
Okay, yeah. Do we have an affidavit also?
I don't think so for this one. And in any case, they're here.
Let me go get the folder.
There's another one.
That person, we do not have an affidavit and they're not here. Not,
That one's dead.
looks like not.
I'm going off of the-
Okay. Ritter is associated with the chief appraisal motion.
Yes.
Okay. But when we left this morning,
We had an affidavit.
we had an affidavit.
Correct. Yes. There's one that's not Ritter, that is an affidavit only hearing.
And which one is that?
They are bringing it to us. I don't know.
It's not for us, not here.
It's one of these on here.
Oh, it
I
is.
know which ones it isn't. I don't know which one it is.
It would be Dewar Holdings LP.
Yeah, it's either that or
Everything else we've addressed.
the
Oh,
D'Imperio one. It's not Salzman because Salzman has two properties. It's only one PID. It's not that.
do we do 1803? No, it could be that one.
Oh, it is.
Eighteen oh four.
You did do 1803.
Oh, we did?
Yes.
Yeah.
We did.
Yeah. Mark.
Okay, that's process of elimination. There it is. It must be the 1820 James and Sandra D'Imperio. It's the only one left at the 9 a.m. document.
Page one.
Page one.
Page one. Which one is it?
Okay, we actually have somebody here by the name of Ritter. It's case number 1810. So she will be here if you want to mask up, you can do that.
Do we have an,
I would have plenty of masks. If you need masks. Yeah, of course, I can bring a box. If you need a mask, just let me know. Charlie, you need a mask?
I got one in my pocket.
Bill, do you need a mask?
I've got one right here. I don't have an 18.
Ritter is the last name. Do you have a mask?
You might have to go back out of the morning and then come in the afternoon.
Oh, yeah, it's in the afternoon.
Oh, got it.
So I'll handle this one.
Okay.
And then you can handle the,
The affidavit one.
yes.
Yeah.
We have you over here. Ma'am, Ms. Ritter.
Hey, Ms. Ritter, my name is Mike, I represent the district. This is the chairman of the ARB. This is your board that you'll be talking to today, okay?
I'm a little bit hard to speak, so I'll have a hard time. Let me know and I'll try to enunciate better.
Thank you. All righty. You all set?
Yes, we're ready.
Okay. In that case, Ms. Ritter, we have some administrative to go through before we get started. Bear with us. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2020-1810, account 26275. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communication@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate it if you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect.
Okay. So here's, and we're gonna all use the same paper, so I'll bring it around.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I, Charlie Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.6F.
Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
And testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Are we on?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Right.
What you're going to do is read this sentence right here out loud, state your name, and then it's time.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I need to state your name.
Yes, please.
Mary Christine Lillard.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear and affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board. Any appraisal district is true and correct. Mary,
Yes,
do you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board?
no,
Okay. On the table over there is the procedure that we're gonna follow.
okay.
You'll see there's two columns. So you can begin first, even first, or Mike can speak first. Which would you prefer?
I get 5 minutes if I start first, so I'm gonna start.
Okay.
Yeah, so sorry. Are we ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. First of all, I have a house that I bought here, I think in 2013, or thereabouts. And on the rolls, it's, and I know Mike has a special way of doing this now, but I understand that, but I, for my own edifices, have just used home site improvement divided by the square footage of the house. And so my house is nominally $81 a square foot. And when I look at things that are similar, in fact, I went through the houses near me looking for houses that had a new roof, new windows within, nominally the last 5 years. Of course, Harvey was only, I guess, 3.5 years ago. And I came across two. One is a little bit bigger than mine, but it's the most like my house. It has new windows, a new roof, and very similar size. But the difference is it's been redone inside, and I know this because I tried to sell it years ago. I don't remember how many years ago, for about $199,000 and were unsuccessful. And so now they rent it. That house, the improvement value runs about $78.90 a square foot. And then there's another house, third house on my side of the street down. The first one I talked about was across the street and one down. This other one is on the same side of the street and 3 houses down. And its average improvement value was normally around $68 a square foot. And so when I look at my $81 a square foot, I think this is really probably too high when I look at these. The second house was also redone inside, and I know this because it happened recently. And her neighbor is a cousin of mine who said that that she wasn't living there because she's redoing her house. And so why her house is $68 a square foot and mine is $81 a square foot, I'm really surprised about. Her house is a little bit smaller than mine, but not much, maybe 200 square feet. So that's, both of those are for me, red flags. And if you look in my neighborhood, further down that same street, on my side of the street, there's a house that has been vacant for years. Having a house vacant in the neighborhood is not a good thing in terms of value. I mean, if that house has value, why haven't they sold it? They tried to sell it for around $200,000. This is probably close to when I first moved over there. But it's just sitting vacant. And that's not healthy for a neighborhood. Also, along Percival, where I sit on the corner of Percival and Cochran, if you go down Percival, you've got the 2 apartment houses that thankfully are now being rebuilt, but have had either, I can't think of the right word, I'm sorry, people just staying there, or they've been renting it. In that place, the improvement value was $12 a square foot, and they're having people live there, $12 a square foot. And they had people who were living there since Hurricane Harvey. They finally got them out and are rebuilding now, but that to me is really shocking. Squatters is the word I was looking for, yes. I don't know if they were squatters or not, but my house, I would see that they'd be outside and it always made me uncomfortable because I didn't understand what was going on there. It was, they would do a lot of things outside, in the evening, loud music. And, the other thing is we have down Percival is we have the vacant school. So we have all this vacant property around us, and that's not conducive to a healthy property value over there. And I'm being told that my house is worth so much, but you know, it might be worth that much if the house across the street, almost across the street from me, one over, it sold for 200,000. I might have said, well, yeah, maybe that's right. But it's not right under what I'm seeing in that neighborhood. And understand, I've only looked along Concord. I haven't looked on Picton. Picton is a very different kind of street. Glass is even a very different kind of street. I'm looking in particular along Concord. Okay, I yield the floor.
With some of my cross-examination time, I just want to point out both to the property owner and to the ARB, this is not a value question. I mean, a question of value. There's value is not in dispute. This is a chief appraiser motion for a cap loss. It's a box that was not checked, that should have been checked for years. And we have to notify the property owner, and that's why you're here today. So value is not in question, actually.
It would have been in question last summer if I had understood the paperwork.
Okay. The market value is not in question. The market value remains the same. The difference between the market value and the assessed value, anytime that the chief appraiser does anything in the system to increase the liability or increase the tax, it's incumbent upon the district to notify the property owner, and the property owner gets to come and tell you whatever they'd like to tell you. This is strictly a case of us not having the value, the new value box checked. And therefore there was a disparity because in most people's cases, market value and assessed value are equal. Now, the only way that that's different is if you have a cap loss. Now, sometimes cap loss, for an example, again, I'm going into this so that I'm going to get to the point. Cap loss can be legitimate. It can be exercised in the county. And the reason that that would be is if you had a cap loss, if you, for easy math, if you had a $100,000 homestead, and that was established, and your market value and your assessed value were both at 100. And for some reason, just for easy math, prices doubled and every house in there was worth 200,000. Well, what would happen is the market value for every house in there would be 200,000 because you would have overwhelming evidence for the sales in that area. Okay, let's again hypothetically. But the assessed value of homesteaded properties would be limited to an increase of 10%. So if you had one that was not homesteaded, the market value would be 200 and the assessed value would be 200. If the one right next door was a homesteaded property, the market value would again be 200. This is not in question today. Like, we're not even debating it. It's just the market value is the market value. And the assessed value would be a limitation of 10%. So it'd be 110 for easy, a good illustration. What happened after Harvey is we had a lot of cap loss questions because you had to look at the would have had value before the storm to see what improvements had been made. Are any of these bigger or better? You know, those are the kinds of questions that we were trying to answer. Again, the market value didn't change. The market value that was given to the property owner in the notice is not changed. It's just the box wasn't checked. So I'm going to get to my evidence that you can actually see that there was a huge cap loss that were in some of these things, and we saw it whenever we do free ceiling recalculation reports. And this is one, Mrs. Ritter was one of many. This afternoon is going to be filled with a myriad of other 25, not 25, they're going to be filled with another myriad of chief appraiser motions that are similar to this. They're just cap loss questions. They're just differences that we see that we say, oh, that's an error. You know, Ms. Ritter, not only shouldn't she have been, you know, market values not changed. That's not even a question. Like, we agreed in those years to the market value. She didn't protest that market value. It's just the assessed value. So when we increase the assessed value, again, we check the box, we send a letter, and she has the right to come and say, I don't think you should have checked the box. So that's really what's the question. That's what I'm gonna use for my cross-examination.
Okay, 5 minutes up.
And that was my cross time. I'm just, is it
So you have 3 minutes left. You have
3
2
minutes left?
Cross-examine and 5
Okay.
minutes, so you got 3 minutes left.
So attached, you'll find my chief appraiser's motion to correct appraisal. And a clerical error, this is what we're talking about today. We're not talking about value.
This is what he is talking about. It's not what I'm talking about.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're correct. This is what, this is
What you
what I,
are talking about.
thank you, Ms. Ritter. This is what I'm talking about today is the chief appraiser motion. I'm the chief appraiser of Aransas County. I made this motion. Actually was presented to this board prior to this and it was already accepted. Mrs. Ritter indicated that she didn't have an opportunity to come and tell you whatever she'd like to tell you. And so we're looking at this again today. So I'm going to read the chief appraiser motion. It's Little Bay Shores, 1901 Cochrane. It's a clerical error that affects 19 and 20. The new value that was added in 19, the new value box in was not checked in account. This will allow box to be checked and cap loss to be removed for 19 and 20 in the year, 19 and 20 years. And I signed this on December 4th of 2020. This is a letter that was also sent on December 4th. Mrs. Ritter has come to our attention. The new value that was added to your home in the above reference account 2019 was not identified as new value in the appraisal district record. Again, in our example, $200,000, she added some new value. The market value was still $200,000. It's just this box was unchecked, so it didn't allow the market value and the assessed value to equal. The market value of the home was changed between, however, the assessed value will increase by $20,298. Again, in our example was $90,000. This example was a $20,000 delta. $20,298, which was identified as a homestead cap loss in 2019. The cap loss was an error, and therefore the chief appraiser has filed a motion to correct the appraised record for 2019. This information will be given to the tax assessor collected for billing purposes due in 2019, approximately $300. So that's one of my pieces of paper. Just to kind of go over what that looked like. The main thing that we did here is that it looks like in 2017, the overall value is $123,000. Then in Harvey happened and the value went down, of course. And then you look at 2019 and the appraised value looks like it was 156 and then it was 163. So really that's the kicker is the value went up just because she repaired what she needed to. There was a Harvey code that was removed, but the box wasn't checked. And so really there shouldn't have been any kind of retardation. There should have been an equalization of both the market value and appraised value. I'll finish up in a little bit.
Okay, so Mary, you have 4 minutes for cross-exam and rebuttal.
Okay. First of all, I want to say, for me, it is not about whether that box is checked or not. I understand that protocol. What I'm upset about is if I had understood that the amount that was on there that I was paying taxes on wasn't the appraised value, I would have been here last year and I explained that to Mr. Soto to contest my property values. I got evidence here that says that my house isn't being valued the same as other houses on my street. And if you drive by those houses, the addresses are there for you. You can actually go and drive by these houses and you can see they have a new roof and they have new windows. They're not the old windows, old wooden windows. They're not even the old aluminum windows. They're new vinyl windows on both of them. They're the most like my house. The only difference between these houses and my house is that their houses have been redone on the inside and mine hasn't. Yet my house is being assessed more than these two houses. And to me, there is a very big problem in whatever algorithm or whatever mechanism is going into this process that makes such an unfair valuation. I don't really know what else to say. I think the fact that there's vacant property all around me, I think that speaks volumes about what the value ought to be. I'm sorry you weren't here to actually hear most of my statement earlier, Mr. Sun. My house, the concrete on my,
I've been here the whole time.
no, you walked out of here and then you came back with papers.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. I wasn't able to.
So my concrete slab is cracked. Really, from my standpoint, I would rather not have it, yet I'm sure that it's being used in the valuation. My kitchen cabinets, my bathrooms are all original. They have, my cabinets, the hinges are starting to hang, and I try to tighten it up. I can't seem to tighten it up. I have tremors, not quite as bad as some, but they're enough that it is really frustrating for me to try to fix them the way my dad taught me to when I was much younger. My bathrooms are original. They have cabinets that are original, that are not my taste, not anybody's taste. In fact, when I bought the house, I had a gentleman tell me that the only reason he didn't buy that house is it was too many things needed to be done to it. There's not a plug in it that is grounded. It needs to be updated. I can't afford to update it. I'm lucky to have it, if you want to know the truth. Termites. I've had there have been at least 2 termite infections in that house. One was found when they inspected when I bought the house and it was treated. The other one, I don't know when it was, but I came across the damage in doing something in one of the rooms. So there have been at least 2 termite infections in that house. Okay.
Okay, we have district bubble for 2 minutes.
Again, market value is not in question today. It just has to do with the equalization of market value and assessed value. I wanted to know basically, if this was the same kind of situation. It's not in my evidence, but I will get testimony that, this property was damaged by Harvey. It went down in value and then it went up in value as a result of some new elements added. Again, the new elements that were added when we did that new value change, the market value was still up here, just like it would be if things were selling. In this case, it was things that were added in addition to things that were selling. But the market value was here. By leaving this box unchecked, it in error left the assessed value way down here. And really that's the reason for the letter, that's the reason for the motion, is that we saw that, hey, it should be the same, because the market value, the assessed value in this situation should be the same.
But again, I have 2, I'm sorry.
Again, it's not even a question of comps, or because in those years we used, it's not even a question of value. It's not a question of market value. This is just a question of a clerical error of a box that needed to be checked, or an element of the subject property that was new, that was not there in 2017.
What was that?
It was a new roof and new windows is what says effective year adjusted per site visit, new roof and windows. And that's what was done. And the new box was not checked.
So you're really bringing it back to the value that it should be at?
The assessed value.
You missed doing that. So
No, we didn't miss the market value.
I know.
The assessed value box was unchecked.
So you missed.
That's correct. And therefore, for me to correct it, I have to do a cheap appraisal.
Okay, so the value that you're placing on it now is probably where it should have been in the previous year or somewhere close to it.
Again, the market value has remained, was 160, I mean, and it still is, but the assessed value. The assessed value.
So, your protests are closing, you have 1 minute for closing?
Okay, I want to say again, both of these houses have been done since the hurricane. Both of these houses. And yet they're valued significantly lower than my house. So I'm not going to agree with you, Mr. Soto. I think that there's something rotten in Denmark.
Oh, wow. Okay. That was pretty strong, Mrs. Ritter.
I don't know what it is. It's either some problem with the algorithm, someone not claiming something. I don't know, but I'm telling you, I've got comps here and you really ought to go and take a look at it.
Do I have my one closing? Thank you.
A few seconds left.
That's okay.
Thank you for bringing that other property to my attention. I mean, I'll look at it. We're just about to put out notices for 2021. I'd be glad to look at it. And no, we're not always told about the interior remodels of properties. People don't just
I understand that.
come around and tell us, but to make the statement that there's something rotten in Denmark implies that I'm, that this, no, no, this is my closing. It implies that I'm intentionally doing something unethical, and I respectfully disagree with that statement.
I think that I've made it clear that I also thought that it was systemic, that it was something system and the system being used. That something is not being accounted for correctly. And you have a neighborhood that has so many vacancies, that can't sell property on this one street. I think that there is something that's not being accounted for correctly. When you look at this particular street. Personally, I'd love to see what comps you've come up with.
Okay, we have 5 minutes for deliberations.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I have a question.
Mike,
Go ahead.
I'll let you.
when you fix a roof, you repair a roof, or you repair a window, doesn't that bring you back to where you were?
Not if you make it better. If you repair something, if you just, if you have a whole,
Okay.
I'm trying to answer your question.
I got it.
Okay.
What was it about this that made it better?
A brand new roof and window windows, like brand new. And so like,
I didn't have a choice.
okay, the code doesn't allow me, if there's a repair to a front door, like the front door and a front door is replaced, no, that's not like, that's just like a repair. If you repair like a shingle or two, that's a repair. If you replace the whole roof, then I have to account for the whole roof. And typically, if I see an effective age change that's commensurate with, this one is 1,000 square feet and this one's 1,000 square feet, they both were impacted by Harvey. This person just patched up and this person got a brand new windows and brand new roof. I have to show a market change. You may disagree with it, you may disagree about my methodology, but I have to show that market value change. And when I see that, I have to say, is that new? Is that new value? And in this case, it's new value.
The roof has me puzzled because I can't quite grasp when it turns from a repair to an additional value.
Right, right.
Can I add something? The roof that,
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
I can't get my arms around
that's the
what the
hard, that's,
repair.
those are
versus
the
what
hard
the
calls, those are the
replace.
hard calls that I have to make. And after Harvey, I had to make thousands. Those were the decisions that I had to make. If somebody was just cobbling their house back together, or if they made substantial changes, in my opinion, to make it new house.
Suppose they reshingle the whole roof to use the same grade of shingles that were on it before.
You're going down a rabbit trail.
No,
I don't want to
I know.
entertain.
I'm
not.
trying to understand where you draw the line between repair and new.
It's a
value.
replacement of a roof. Like, okay, so let me give you an example. Harvey doesn't have it, right?
Mhm.
And you have a person that has a homestead. And then you have a person that doesn't have a homestead. They're two identical houses. and they both get the same work done. So the market value in both cases goes up for the commensurate work. Okay, let's say easy math, both go from 100 to 150 for easy math. Okay, I have to ask myself the question, is that new? Well, I don't have to ask myself the question for the homestead because there's no cap mitigation laws that I have to consider. But then I have to ask myself the question, is this new? Like, is this new? Did the owner do this on his or her own accord? The answer is yes. I make that decision. I'm the one that makes that call that says, I saw that this was not entirely necessary for the damage that was warranted. I will say that in these Harvey codes, you know, people could make a claim like I had to replace that roof because my whole house was damaged. That'd be like a Harvey 25 where 75% of it's damaged. This was not the case. This was a Harvey 75, like kind of minimal damage. So in our opinion, like putting a new roof and new windows, you know, those are the calls that I have to make. It doesn't change the market value. Market value still went up. The property owner was still noticed at that number. It's just the value, like what she was paying taxes on and what her value was different.
I got that.
Okay,
My insurance requires that.
I appreciate that. And that further makes my point. Like it was a new value that was added to the house that made the house better. In my example, if you have 1,000 square feet, the guy does something over here, roof and windows, and this guy just doesn't. Are the values different? The answer is yes. The values are different. I have to account for those values. I have to account for the difference.
I'm confused as to what I haven't heard from you.
Yes.
As an explanation is the why. What motivated the change? Now, in your examples, you pointed to the fact that you have two people, non-Harvey related, as your example, okay, and they replaced their roof. Okay, that was a decision they made to do that. What motivated them to do it? Who knows? But they did.
Right.
Now, in the case of Harvey related stuff, on the one hand, it seems like if Harvey caused the damage, if Harvey caused damage, I didn't say how much, and I had to go replace it for several reasons. One is there was no, you can't patchwork part of the roof.
Okay.
Or as Ms. Ritter said, her insurance required her to do that. Without some explanation about what percentage, you said it was 75%, okay. It was a Harvey 75, I think you called it?
875 in here. Yeah.
Okay. So that the roof wasn't totally destroyed.
Right.
But again, I don't know how you fix part of the roof with damage. Be that as it may.
Yeah.
The other aspect to my confusion is it seems like we're dealing with two different things here. Okay? You are here with a chief appraiser motion.
That's correct.
To fix this cap value.
It's a clerical error.
Right. Ms. Ritter is here understanding this cap value thing, but also questioning the values. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I don't know what problem you're addressing as the ARB
You're
in
just
terms of.
a clerical error, like whether you approve my motion. You have Ms. Ritter that says, essentially, it's either she's appealing to you to not check the box.
No, I'm appealing to them to lower my.
Right. That's what it sounds like to me.
But there is not that remedy available. This is a clerical error. This, yeah.
Okay. So
I think this is, we're looking at what Mike has indicated is clerical error. Unfortunately, a protester is protesting something different from what is presented by Mike. What we need to look at as the ARB is presented by Mike. Right. Unfortunately, this isn't the proper time for the protester to protest. Let's do that at the top appropriate time, unfortunately. delete.
That wasn't made clear enough.
What- But again, and I would add to that, it's that the property owner was given notice that her value was still the 163. Right, it was 163. It's just that her assessed value was really low, and it was low in error, and we tried to fix that. That's what we're attempting to do. with this.
I know what you're trying to do, and she's running counter to what she's trying to accomplish. Is that right?
We can't do that right
Right,
now.
I understand.
And unfortunately, she didn't understand it. She couldn't do that.
Okay.
And
correct?
and not only that,
So
I
it's a
didn't
root
understand what the value of my
issue.
property was when I got my
Routines
My,
to program.
notice last year, which I routinely get my notice after the time for. appeal.
Exactly, and that's unfortunate. So you can do that next year.
But I should have been able to do it last,
You could have if you had done.
if I had gotten the notice. on time.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
Yeah, essentially, we're not, I mean, I could talk about value like extensively. I could talk about value in your neighborhood extensively. If I just say, hey, there's a house for sale for 163, 070, you're gonna have 20 people lined up and 10 of them cash in about 5 hours in today's market. So that's, to me, that's not a question. I'm just trying to repair an error, a clerical error. That's what I'm trying to do.
John, can I make a motion? Are you done your talking?
I'm done.
Yeah, I guess.
I'd like to make a motion regarding account 26275. Unfortunately, it's a misunderstanding between, I think, the chief appraiser and the protester, and that the ARB's responsibility is to make a decision regarding the chief appraiser's motion as presented, as he presented to us, and therefore it does not affect the value that's placed on the house, and it will remain at 163,070.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
And you can feel free to come back in when you get
Well, I'm
your
frustrated.
next year.
I'm
This
frustrated
year.
because Mr. Sherman told me on the phone that I could challenge this last December. Not only that, but they gave me 10 days to pay what they raised for 2019 and also raised my taxes for 2020. But they only gave me 10 days to come up with something close to $300 to pay. So I'm very disappointed in how I've been treated throughout this whole thing.
We
because I do
don't,
feel like
we
Mr.
don't
Sherman-
deal with the taxes of the whole.
No, I understand. But the letter I got saying I had 10 days to pay or else I would owe attorney's fees came from this office.
I respectfully tell you that it came from the tax office. We don't do anything with taxes.
It
I'm
was
sorry.
signed by a woman who I
Okay, the taxation goes through the supplement process, and the bill was generated from the tax office. I'm sorry that it's only 10 days. I don't have any control of that, and I'm sorry that you feel like you're mistreated, disregarded.
I also feel like I was mistreated by being told that this would be something I should challenge. I would have done.
Well, it was an
Challenge the
unfortunate
value.
misunderstanding.
It was a very big misunderstanding.
You can,
And
you
it
We
wasn't
are-
for lack of.
We have done everything we can.
and you didn't have the availability to rather than come in, you could have called for this. I mean, you had that.
I could have called for.
Like we have teleconference, and I don't know what was, I mean, I don't know.
No, I don't mind being here. I'd much rather deal with people one on one and let them see me, and if they have questions, ask me in person.
Certainly.
That's not a question. I just.
I think we're not as far as we go.
Okay. Very well. Well, have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay. I guess before lunch, there was a affidavit that was needed to be read.
Yeah.
I guess I was confused as to why she was here.
Even 2019, that's what the chief, 19 and 20.
Yeah, the root of the problem is, I think you were fixing a different problem than what she thought was being fixed or being addressed.
Yes.
Okay, and that was the root of the confusion, I believe.
Is the affidavit 1820?
Yes, it is. Case 1820.
You want to, after you start, we'll get Amy.
Okay,
Do it.
I can grab it.
That one.
Page
Yes,
3.
Yeah.
Page.
morning. Have to get that mask on.
Yeah.
Okay, do that now. I lose my hearing aids every time I take it off.
What do you do, Mike? You give him the hard one?
No, just the affidavit. I don't even know what it is. No, that's not that one.
You
That's
don't.
that one.
It's just
I'm about to come back and do all the rest of it.
And they denied her
Where is it on?
It's good. It's good. That's the way it should.
I don't want it to be saying.
Okay. Are we ready?
Oh,
I'm ready.
amazing.
Bill's having a tablet moment.
That's quite often.
Huh?
I said,
Yeah,
happens
yeah,
quite
right.
often.
Yeah.
Everyone's playing catch up.
And Eamon, I'm gonna look to you for this one.
Oh.
You broke
The main,
The main screen, I couldn't find anything.
Okay.
Did you break it?
Apparently. I'm seeing this stuff in like 2017. Scott, I spent my whole life in the automobile industry.
Yeah.
And when people would bring a car in for trade, a lot of times the farmer, they look at the value that I gave them as trade-in with their car, and they would say, but it has a new transmission. And the response was always, it doesn't, it's not worth anything without a transmission. It has to have a new. It doesn't make any difference. It's of no value. So when Mike was, it's not a house bill.
Right.
So that doesn't necessarily add value, or it's the whole thing. But I didn't really want to get into that since it was a moot point anyway. And we weren't building that tree.
Okay, are we ready? Are we ready? Give me that tone of voice. We're gonna open a hearing on case ID number 2020-1820, account 24222. This is a hearing by affidavit, but it will be recorded. We have the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work in the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I will begin with I, Charlie Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Doug, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Amon Burke, do solemnly swear, affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true.
The district representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
The David is from Potter and Associates. They do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. So we are reading their affidavit into the record. This next page is a motion to correct 1/4 owner appraisal error of residence homestead. It's filed for Aransas County here by Deborah King, who's the agent at O'Connor. The taxing units are not listed actually. The movement states that the 1/4 over appraisal error is as follows. Property ID number 24222 is a residential homestead property with client ownership since 2015, year built 1953. 3, 2019 comparable sales, $107.17 average per square foot, 238,025. OCA 2020 nearby properties map line items C, D, and E, $71.12 LV per square foot at 157,958 plus 109,200 land equals 267,158. OCA 2020 equity analysis at 257,414. OPV, I'm guessing that means opinion of valuation or correction, is 238,025. Signed by Deborah King, April of this month from O'Connor. The next page is the looks like a printout from the Aransas CAD website for this property, explaining where it is. Oh, and it's highlighted that there's no taxes due. The taxes are current, which is important for a late hearing like this one. The affidavit of evidence is 2020 properties owned by James A. and Sandra L. Imperio at 1146 Ruby Street, Rockport, Texas 78382. Hotel Reserve Block P lot north 140 feet of 7 and all 5. The reasons for protest are incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared with other properties. The evidence and statement of facts or argument are both left blank. Statement of owner says Aransas CAD PID number 24222, $238,025 OPV. I think is opinion of value. PID 24222 is a residential homestead property with client ownership since 2015, year built 1953. 2019 comparable sales, $107.17 average per square foot, 238,025, 2 pages. OCA 2020 nearby properties map, line item C, D, and E, $71.12 LV per square foot at 157,958 plus 109,200 land equals 267,150. OCA 2020 equity analysis at 257,414, 2 pages. 2020 OPV for correction, 238,025. Statement of intent, we do not intend to appear at the hearing, also signed together. Okay, next page says Aransas transaction report. Okay, so these are comparable sales. So the subject property, is 1146 Ruby Street, and the comps that they were highlighting are 211 6th Street, 40 Mockingbird Lane, and 1402 Shadyside. Their aggregate, it does not appear to be an aggregate indicated, like an indicated median or anything like that. The ones that they highlighted show $88. That's the sale divided by the square footage of the improvement. $88.96, $106.54, $128.02. Next is the Google Images or Google Satellite Imagery showing where the subject is. It's on Ruby Street. There's a little triangle with a small motel on it. And that's where the subject sits.
Is that what it is, motel?
No, it's across the street.
Oh,
yeah. This is the homestead. All right, nearby properties map. This goes with the page after that, which is a fairly pale map, street map, just showing other properties. And I honestly don't know how they pick these properties, what they're related to. They're not too similar in age or class. I guess that they're just in the proximity, but I don't know how they pick these in particular.
The three that are underlined, you mean?
Yeah, well, okay, the three that are underlined are, two of them are on Ruby. One's on Royal, and there are others on Royal and Ruby that aren't underlined. And I just don't know what is. Let me see if these are the same ones that were on the sale or something. Nice if a narrative was written for these.
Can't tell what street.
These are not the sale comps, so I think that these are just
Equity.
so yes, arbitrary density. Yeah, some stuff nearby. But there's no analysis done, it's just properties. So I don't know what we're supposed to get from that. The Aransas residential assessment comparable data shows, what is this? This looks like an equity analysis of some sort. Okay, yeah, so this is an equity grid. The subject is 1146 Ruby, that's the first line. The next line is Old Cottage Beach Drive, and then Copano Ridge Road.
They're even in the same area.
Yeah, that's pretty
Like,
far.
well,
Yeah, I wish that there was more
And if you did-
explanation of the thought behind what this is supposed to be presented, because I'm
You did a really good job of your comparables. Wouldn't your median ratio be somewhere around 98, 99%, 100%?
well, not if it was deeply inequitable.
That's my point.
Right.
They seem, at 53%, they seem to be deeply inequitable.
Sure, yeah. But as far as like how they pick the comps and what adjustments they're making, that not a whole lot of narrative of why they pick these, but I guess these are just the ones they're choosing to present. So when compared to those two other houses, it shows the subject proposed appraised value being $257,414. Right. The next is looks like a printout showing that this house is a 6 SS plus, which is. And then following is a printout of the subject property in lieu of a property card. This is a printout from our website of the property description. Appointment of agent. Okay, cool. We got a letter. Okay, we got a letter from O'Connor, January 25th, 2021. Do y'all have that in the taxpayer evidence? Is that included?
Is that the first thing? No, I don't know.
Goodness. Okay, no, I don't. Y'all don't have it. I didn't submit this as evidence. So I guess I just have this from before. Okay, yeah, this is not. who's not enlightening me. Well, I have a letter. Yeah, I have something different here. I believe that concludes the property owners submitted evidence. That's everything that we were given for this account. There might be other facts relevant to this property, but we have read into the record all of the evidence that we give to us.
I want to make sure I'm seeing this correctly. This is a 6 best class house,
Yes, sir.
and all their comparables are 3s and 4s, exception of 1 5.
Yes.
Make sure.
Yeah, I have the letter from the dated January 25th.
Okay, is it in the same?
25th.
It's,
Which one do you have?
I don't know if it's the same letter. It's the letter served to the motion on behalf of the attached reference
Yeah,
property. to
is
correct
it in the same
Aransas.
file or is it?
It's it's a protest letter.
Got
In the document.
This is their protest.
January 25th.
Okay. All right, well, that's not part of what is read into the. Okay,
Even if it wasn't, doesn't seem to have much information.
yeah, it's fairly boilerplate. and
Motion to correct.
These agents have a lot of records. All right, so we'll do our diligence on the ACAD evidence. Okay. The subject property is 24222. Last sale price known was 2015. It was purchased for $440,000 by the property owner. The value last year was $440,700. It was noticed in 2020 for $478,020. The next is a pictometry imagery showing where it's located, about a block off of Little Bay. It's off of Ruby and Candy. I think so that off of Linden and Alejandro with a little 5-way intersection. The following is a sales comparison grid showing subject property. There's the subject property compared to homes that sold in that area in a recent time period. And the indicated value if it were to sell like these 3 other comps would be $69,780, which is indicates a downward adjustment based on market value from $478,000 to $469,000. The 3 comps that were used, I'll point out, are on Alejandro Street, Austin Street, and Wood Street, and their classes are 5MV, 5FB, and 6FB. The next is an equity grid showing other properties, and how we appraise them, whether or not this property is under or overappraised compared to other properties in the county. The median indicated equity value is $472,868, which also indicates a downward adjustment from the notice value. The lower of the they did both, and the lower of the 2 would be market. The market value is 469. The following is a sales ratio report showing us how we're doing in that area. Our ratio for this area is 95.5%. It can be expected that our number is $19 for every 20 that it actually sells. And following that is an attachment of use PAP standard 6-3. She said we can't appraise stuff to reach a predetermined. Okay, and for rebuttal, reply, closing, whatever. The only thing I wanted to point out is on their protest notice or their letter for 2021, it says that the agent's OPV is $358,000, which is a huge clip more than what was submitted in the evidence today. It's at 238. 238. It's over $100,000 difference in their opinion of value from when this letter was sent in requesting the hearing and what evidence was presented today. And I'm not sure if that's based on an attempt to reach the 25.5 threshold In which case, obviously, standard 6.3 comes into play for us, but, and I would point out, as you already noticed, that the comps that were provided by the property owner's agent are scattered throughout the county. It seemed to be picked, just handpicked, so just make a low number. You know, our value in 2019 was four years after the purchase for $440,000. It had appreciated by $700 from the purchase from 2015. And our market is very aggressively growing after the hurricane, short supply of housing. So it was noticed at 478. That said, we have to deal with equity, and we're doing a math model here. It does indicate a negative adjustment to the subject of 460 from the 470.
There's also an estimated 25.
Yes.
It's a separate thing, but yes.
Yes.
Oh.
469. Yeah.
I'll make a motion on account number 24222. That the value presented by the district at 478,020 should be reduced to the median value of flight properties of 469,780.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
All right.
Okay, testing. 469.
So hold on. So do y'all vote on that
Separately.
no, but did you vote to decide that that's the value?
You did.
Oh, you did. I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to record.
There you go.
Testing 469. At 1.25 is 586,250, which is not below the 478. So it does not qualify for correction.
Separate motion, another motion on account number 24222. That although the ARB noted there possibly should be a reduction in price, at this time does not meet standard 25 feet. For the price is going to stay the same at the noted price of 478,020.
Second,
I'll second that.
in favor?
All right.
Okay, hearing is closed.
Done.
Now we
I got a whole bunch of stuff on me.
yeah. We're up to item 7.
I believe it's going to be my cue to return.
Okay.
Is it?
Yes, I let him know that looked like we were finished up here.
Okay.
Mr. Powers, I wanted to ask you if we could go ahead and do item 11 on the agenda, which are notary book signatures. Beth's getting ready to leave, and I'd like to get her book signed. This is where we do it.
How much is worth it?
This is where you sign once for the whole season, for the year, basically, with all of the affidavits. Okay.
And so 7 is a chief appraiser motions presentation. I can do this stuff.
Right.
Okay.
So Mike should be doing that. I gave him heads up.
Yeah. So I don't know if you were out there in the administrative. You see the letter. Is that the value of 350 something value?
Okay, then if you wanna, yes.
Oh, but you're looking for a supplement.
No, you just write it. There's one. Your normal signature is fine.
41,
Yeah.
right now,
Oh, what's that?
4147 needs to know.
4147. This one was a 25.
Yeah, but it's a denial. Okay. Yeah, and it says 25.
Yeah, I don't think it's even gonna,
So,
either way, yeah, if you want to put it in 41, 47.
Are you going around that way?
Yes.
Okay.
I know.
Right here, Barb. I put on the order she gave us on the list, so.
That's what that means. This times 1.33333. Everything of the value is exactly that minus 1.
Another one. Okay.
Look like in high school, if your yearbook's on.
No, the last page.
Oh, yeah, there she is. And Donna, do you know Mr. Waggart and Mr. Donna? This is Donna Plummer.
Hi.
And she's been with the district how many years?
18.
18 years. And she is one of our frontline staff members.
Might need to get Eamon some raise at some point,
Oh, okay.
everybody. Down, I need to sign yours.
You do.
You said have you been all the way around? I have.
Oh, for a one time.
I have to take off my glasses so I can see you.
Did you send some mine?
What's the matter?
It's right here.
Barbara?
It's right here.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Barbara, this is Mr. Scott Waggart. This is Barbara Flynn. And this is Bill Duff.
Barbara.
Barbara. I wonder what had happened to you. If I can get you some sign here for my notary book, so we'll be all set.
You can get to sign all of our books.
Right.
Good. 3. 4. Yeah.
Just
So
sign it.
4. It's very nice to
We're
have.
still going?
None of your.
Yeah, I'm just
Thank you.
making sure everybody.
So you just take that right here. And I will fill in. I never thought about it.
Yeah,
You did. No, that's all my goodies there.
Oh.
Hardly ever needed.
Thank you, sir.
Every day.
Every day.
Yeah.
You know, I have power of attorney over you.
Whether we needed it or not. Unless. Right. Very tough. Very tough.
So for you new members, today is not a typical meeting
Thank you so
for y'all.
much.
Typically,
Wonderful.
it's just hearings, like people are bringing cases and values, you're doing that kind of thing. Today was a little procedural anomaly because you had things that were presented after the certification day and or they had a question about like a motion to correct or something like this, which is not typical. I just wanted you to know because it's your first experience here. And it's a little bit different. These guys can tell you that it's not a typical meeting. So, just the whole procedural. There was a couple of different ones today, so it's not what you'll typically hear. You'll hear a case about, I think my value is X and the district thinks it's Y. And you need to decide. So it's usually kind of more straightforward than what you've heard today. Yeah. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah.
Yeah, what if they were like, "Here's what I said." We haven't heard those before.
Yeah. A little different. So I just want you to know it's not always going to be like
Not gonna be awkward.
Yeah, I mean, today was, there was a little bit of procedural awkwardness. I think more procedure, I think.
You'll figure this out soon.
Like Charlie was cutting off the one guy and he said, okay, I guess we're done. I go, whoa, wait a second, we're not done. He goes, no, wait a second, we're not done. I'm like, yeah, he's right, we're not done. So, yeah, we'll run into that.
He almost came off his chair. We're good.
So now we're moving into the agenda part. Where's my agenda now?
Here's one.
So now we're moving to a different part of the agenda.
Yeah,
Okay,
so.
okay. And let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay, we're moving to item number 7, which is the report on joint motion to correct the incorrect appraised value. Now, you have property owners motions to correct, you have chief appraiser motions to correct, and then you have joint motions to correct. A joint motion to correct is might be an example of giving you kind of a 30,000 foot elevation. Might be somebody says, hey, you put my house on, but you put on my neighbor's garage on my lot, and that's my neighbor's. And we go, oh, here's the lot line. You're right. We agree. We joint motion to correct that rule. That's the typical kind of thing. So the joint motions will be read in the record. Joint motion to correct for Rushing and Curry Investments, Bypass Business Park Phase 1, Lot 1 RR. Parcel number 70733, July 20th, 2020 is when the joint motion to correct the value as described on July 20th, 2020, as certified by the taxing unit from July 22nd, 2020. Movement states that the property and the taxes due for 2020 have not become delinquent, and the movement makes movement property owner has compiled with the provisions as complied. I'm sorry, gosh, man, that's really rough right there. As complied, it's all muddled on mine. With the provisions of the tax code of 2526 and has forfeited the right for appeal for non-payment of taxes. Not forfeited. Movement states that the property described are located within Aransas County Appraisal District. Furthermore, movement states that the property described in the district described above is located in the taxing unit listed below. Aransas County, City of Rockport, Navigation District, ISD, Road and Flood. The movement states that the incorrect value is follows. The net rentable area is incorrect. The actual net rentable area is 47,575 square feet, which renders a market value of $3.3 million for 2020. It was signed by the movement, and it was also signed here by Amy Bird, and you can see there's electronic signature by Amy Bird. So these two people, my commercial appraiser and this person says, hey, it's kind of like that case we heard today. You know, I know the box is this big, but I have like hallways and I have like this that is really well insulated. So the net rentable area is not what you have. And we go, okay, yeah, we'll agree. And there's what most correct. So it's read into the record. That's all it is. If you have a question about it, I'll be happy to try to answer it. Otherwise, we can move on to,
That's the only one.
that's the only one.
Move on to 8.
That is the only one right now, joint motion. Discussion of possible action taken to grant future hearings for protest.
Yeah, okay.
8.
Supplement.
Oh, sorry. Number 8, presentation and action on current and prior year supplements. If you'll go to your dockets and you'll look at, I guess, is it an afternoon? Is that where it's at? Or is it in the morning?
I think it's in the,
Oh, you have to
It's
go
in the
back,
actual
you have to
meeting.
go back one thing, and you'll actually see the,
hey.
yeah, and it's a VIII. Who used to say that for us? Was that Cindy?
Cindy.
Cindy used to say that, VIII.
Yeah, can't find it.
Go back one.
I know.
Oh, there it is.
We're looking at certified role changes or supplement.
The supplement detail.
Here. Oh, my goodness.
Can I have it? I can switch you.
I got it right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Did you find it?
I'll
Scott, did
have
you
a
find it?
Yes, no problem.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, so we're going to start with the supplemental detail groups, 331 through 356. Again, these certified role changes are going to be this is just a summary. It's a report to you. These are the role changes to the certified role. Again, I've described this to these ARB members before, but essentially what happens is that during the notice process, it's as if you roll up a scroll and then I hand it to the chairman, and he kind of says, these are the values. And then you do ARB hearings and you modify whatever you do. And then at the end of that, he hands back the scroll and I roll it up and I certify it. Now, after certification, there's many changes. Homesteads are applied, exemptions are removed, boxes are checked for assessed value changes. Those are the kinds of things that joint motions to correct, property owners to correct, chief motions to correct. There's a lot of things can be changed. But in each time, you break open the seal, you open up the scroll, you make the change, and this is the report. And so every time we meet, I read a report of the changes. So in this particular one, summary changes 331, you can see that this particular one had, for those 3 years, it looks like it had that $29,320 value. And then there was another one, business personal property deleted. You see a homestead cap. If it's in parentheses, these are losses, so there's a reduction in value in these cases. Chief appraiser motion, joint motion to correct, arbitration award. So sometimes there's arbitration to finish up, like people outside of the ARB, they'll come over and they'll actually either lawsuit, or they'll arbitrate. So finding arbitration. You can see that the summary for 331 is $980,000, 870 is negative. Group 332 is just a disaster exemption removal loss of cap. It's just an $8,100 change there, $8,109. 333, there was no changes in value. It was just a freeze, refreeze. We have to do in our supplement group detail, we have to do a freeze, refreeze. It's the same thing for 33, 34, 33, 35. You can see there was some, again, homestead cap loss. There was litigation. There was a homestead cap, double assessment of a mobile home. So that was fixed. Business personal property, litigation. And in every case, you'll notice that there's, when there's a change, there's a section of the code that's referred to. That's the section that applies to the change, the ability to change. Group 336, 0708090404041 is 0.20. I'm sorry?
I can't find on the screen.
Yeah.
This is supplemental. I guess it went from
What number are you on now? I'm sorry. I got
40,
Oh,
340 345, 0. 346 has 876,630 negative. It's an ARB decision. As far as correction, it's also a chief appraiser motion. Looks like it's the same number. 347 has to do with business personal property, homestead cap, and undivided interest rounding error. Chief appraiser motion, chief appraiser and property owner motion. So that total was 341,590. Moving on to group number 348, 0, 49, 0, 50. There was a BPP account that was closed. That's 22,000 and change. 351, you had a homestead cap loss, you had a business closure and litigation. Those are the changes there. Just understand that, again, just on the 30,000 foot level, you have that roll, you scroll it up, but then it doesn't change the fact that people can still sue. And sometimes those suits result in big losses just because I just have to mitigate my legal costs as it relates to trying to get, there's an exchange of like, if I fight this one all the way, then ultimately we're spending $20,000 in legal costs for a levy that we're only fighting about that's only 12. That actual dollars, $12,000 of levy. You know what I mean? So I have to make a call whether I want it to go to court. That's the reason you see a big loss on 351. 352 is 0, 353 is 0, 354 is 0, 355 is 0, 356 is again, there's a big arbitration chain and a lawsuit chain there, resulting in 1.1.
You say one time, Mike, that the total value of property in the county is 25 billion? Like that?
No, it's not near that.
It's not near that much. Okay.
Last year it was like 4.1 billion.
4.1 billion.
Yeah.
So these changes are still a few million here and there, still small potatoes though, compared to the total value of.
Oh, of course, 410 million would represent 1%. 1%.
Many of these in the group 351 was arbitration or a lawsuit. 356, many of those.
356
from us.
No, those arbitrations again after. So you roll up your scroll. You said that hey, I gave an order for an ARB decision that y'all made sometime in the summer. Somebody at that point has to say they get to say, hey, I still don't think the ARB rules right, and I'm going to apply for binding arbitration. That's well within their rights if they meet that qualification that it's not over a certain dollar threshold, and then they get to have an arbitration, binding arbitration. That is promulgated by the comptroller, and then they select. There's a group of people that they select from. They do their case. It's like another hearing, basically, and they rule. I don't like it. I've never liked it. I just don't like it. I'd much rather have it in here or it actually just goes to. I don't like the in between. It's just.
And these are all from last summer.
They have the tax years associated with them, so whatever year is related is the year that it's related. So you'll see it. Like in that lawsuit, it says 2020, so those are 2020 values. Okay. And then if you look at the detail, supplement detail, again, this is the summary of every single thing that was done in the scroll change. Most of these down 25, like it, C's and B's, those are corrections to the roll, right?
C is correction by the chief appraiser.
Okay.
B doesn't require chief appraiser.
It's just not required chief appraiser motion, so it's like a exemption that's applied or something like that.
Or if we do what they call a split and merge with the property and there's no change to value, you'll see that on the backup pages where it has like the 4 tables, there might not be a change to assessed value, but there is a change to taxable value. And that's because an exemption has been applied, or like I was just saying, some sort of split or merge of property. And so the assessed value stays the same, but the taxable value does change.
Right, and that's important for us to, because after we present it to you, there's a supplement process that goes to the taxing, it goes to the tax assessor collector, and if there's refunds or,
Right.
then that's disseminated, and then the taxing units have to come up with that balance.
So on all these where you see a 0 in this detail, that was something that did not make a change to assessed value, but it made a change to taxable value.
Again, the detail is large. We summarized over here what those changes were. The detail of those is in here in the summary, the supplement detail. I can answer any questions if people have questions. Otherwise, I presented that supplement to you.
I just wondered if we created any of these larger issues.
If the ARB did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like in
that's the same
351.
Anything that you would have created would have been chapter 41, right, Val?
Right, so if the ARB, if the property owner or agent does not agree with what you decreed as the value, that's when they go to either arbitration or lawsuit.
Right.
So it would be a result of an ARB decision.
What does it show on here if it's an ARB decision?
Well, all of those would have been ARB. Oh, you're saying, but you haven't made any.
No, I'm saying we made a decision and that person decided they didn't like it, went further. Are any of these, they show that on that?
It'd be 41. So on the code, it'd be 41. So any of the 41s, a property owner disagreed with me and you.
Yeah.
And they took further action.
So what's a 42?
Chapter 42 is.
I believe that's the arbitration, the 42A.09.
42.
That's litigation. 42, 41A is litigation.
We saw those.
Yeah, and
Right.
then,
Yes. And 42A.09 is the arbitration.
yeah. Yeah, there's some doozies out there for sure. Some that I'm really upset. But they're not presented today. Because I haven't agreed. So anyways, that's the supplemented. I'll answer any questions for any questions.
Okay, we're on to item 9.
Item 9 is for y'all to, it's discussion of possible action to grant future hearings for protest. And these are, I guess like a late filing of protest. I think that's what it is, but Val, is this on section 9, this 56.4.18, is that a late protest that they're considering to grant or not grant?
Yes.
Okay. So if you go into today, which is, if you go under today and then you go under to that section, which is 9, yeah, section 9.
But we need a motion for each of the years that we change the appraisal goal for the supplement.
We need a motion for item number. Take
Each
action.
one?
It can be done as one. So it would be like a motion to approve the changes in the supplemental records from group 331 through 356.
There you go.
Okay. That's for tax year 2020.
It's for tax years 2016 through 2020.
Okay, I'll make that motion. So I move that we approve the supplement detail for groups 331 through 356 for tax years 2016 through 2020, as presented by Chief Appraiser Mike Soto.
Right, so you're actually accepting the supplement changes. Yes.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now there's your signatures.
Thank you. Sure.
Okay. Item 9.
Is it the 7:46 a.m.?
It's before that. It's the,
Discussion of possible action.
yeah, discussion of possible action.
It's,
The grant future hearing.
right, it's number
9.
9.
Can you find
IX.
it?
Yeah, I have 2 nines. I have the discussion of possible action that was generated today at 7:46 a.m. and I have another one that was generated. Oh, that's. Okay.
Okay, so this is a, as with all matters of protest and presented for the ARB, you can see that this is, we have not, just for the record, we have not pushed out 2021 notices, so you can't even have a notice of, you can't even have a protest for 21 yet. I mean, you really just don't. So what you have in your hand right here to look at is a notice of protest for 2020. It was received on April 9th of 2021. So I can read this into the record for you. It was said that this person is over the age of 65 or older. It's a military veteran, Justice Shavana. And then it says property ID is 56418. And it doesn't have anything checked, but it puts a question mark with ag use, open space, or other appraisal was denied, modified, or canceled. Why is this not ag exempt? Also, Justo was 100% disabled vet. On written affidavit submitted with the evidence delivered to the ARB, Justo Shavana, April 7th, 2021. Or it's, yeah, that's what they signed. But that's not Justo's, the print name is Justo R. Shavana, but Val, that's not, that says Tanya Cheyenne something, right?
Shavana.
Yeah, Shavana. So it's somebody other than Justo that signed this document. And so our response, is it in here, Val?
Yes.
Okay, our response letter is this. On April 10th, 2021, we have received your protest on April 9th. The appraisal review board is currently scheduled to meet on April 20th, 2021. The late protest you filed will be placed in the meeting's agenda, and ARB will make a determination whether to grant your hearing or not. Since the protest was not filed by the deadline date contained in property tax code 4144, the chief appraiser of the Aransas County will most likely recommend the ARB dismiss your protest. Should the ARB grant a hearing, then you will be notified 15 days prior to the scheduled hearing. There's a remedy. There is another remedy for filing a protest after the deadline date. However, that filing would have needed to be made prior to January 1, 2021. It has to do with the protested value. Please contact me if you have questions on this matter. And then also, we sent this letter on April 9th. Who it may concern whether to let you know the answer to the specific questions on the protest form you submitted. I have found the following. Ag exemption. Please note that that property currently has ag evaluation. See enclosed property card. 100% disabled veteran. Our office does not have a record of an application being submitted for 100% disabled veteran exemption for account 56418. And then there's a property card that you can see that's attached. The other information that we knew to be true is that we know that the property owner is, or we have good reason to believe the property owner is deceased. And so there's an application that was never filed and he's deceased. So, and then the answer to the first question is, they said, why is this not ag exempt? And the property is under, a portion of the property is under ag.
It's being taken care of.
So you have to decide whether you want to grant the hearing.
We don't have to do that.
You have to make a motion.
Yeah, I'm not seeing why we would do that.
Well, no.
Why would we do that? Go ahead,
So-
Robert.
I make a motion then on account 56418 that we not grant a late hearing on this property, this account.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's. Ken,
Ken?
notice of hearing.
Yes, so there's a copy of what we sent out last year in your Kindle, and that has some language related to COVID-19. So I thought we should look at that and make any changes that you wanted to make.
Do you have anything highlighted here? Or is it
No.
just what we had last year?
Right, it's just kind of something we want to scan over, see if everything looks like something we want to keep.
You need to know that, practically speaking, I have some things going up in the front, some other partitions. We're going to have some plexiglass kind of drop down where Donna and Barb are, and we're going to open the lobby, but the lobby only, and we're only going to allow people to hand us documents and, you know, exemptions and things like that. But other than that, we're still going to handle all of our informals through telephone, and then we're going to still do the hearings the same way. People that insist to be heard in person can come back, mask up, you know, that kind of thing. People that want to do it by Zoom, they can do it by Zoom. Telephone conference, they can do it by telephone conference, just like we did today. So it's the same. You were able to see all three kind of things today. We had some technical problems. We'll make sure to work through this before we get to see. So having said that, you know, this is the documentation that we had last year. It's for here for you to review if you want to make any changes to the, you know, to
Help me a little bit.
Sure.
Where's the references to COVID-19?
Down a little further, there was an insert we put in, and one of the things was the questionnaire that we filled out for
questionnaire.
each person, so keep going. It's probably down about page 6 or so,
Page 6.
somewhere in that area.
This is client health questionnaire.
Okay, page 8. Although there's a page before that too, but let's look at the questionnaire first. Then know if we still wanted to require that to be filled out.
It's your meeting. Yeah. Ultimately, the ARB is your meeting. I'm just a presenter. And the subject property owner is just a presenter. I mean,
You know, they ask these questions when you're at a doctor's office, dentist's office, or anybody else's office. They ask these questions. I don't know if we can, I think we can probably still put it together.
Right, and one thing that's going to change this year is we are getting ready to open our lobby back up.
I told you.
Oh, okay, so we won't have people waiting in the cars anymore. If you go up one page from the client questionnaire, we had some specific procedures for in-house hearings.
Okay, are we still gonna only allow only those that will be giving testimony, their agent will be submitted into the building? They can allow others, or just, is that gonna stay up?
Yeah, the lobby will social distance. I mean, we're gonna have people, you know, handing protests, but that's gonna be up over there. You get that's the reason that this is before you today. You get to decide how many people you want to allow back here. You know, I'm not a lawyer. I can't say that if somebody said, my gosh, me and my wife and my 3 kids are gonna let us all in. I don't have a good answer for that. I mean, we want to hear, I mean, I would assume y'all want to hear the case. I want to hear the case. I want them to have their due diligence, you know.
Last year, at times you had 2 people presenting.
Yeah.
Sometimes relatives, sometimes not, but what we did last year seemed to work well. I can't really think of any changes that I
Well,
want to
in
make.
paragraph 3, we're asking you to wait in the car. Do you still want to do that?
No, I mean, like I said, we're gonna have the lobby open. They're welcome if we have room, if they can social distance, they can wait there, but there's a lot of people that rather wait in the car. I mean, so, I mean,
Tax office, right down here does the same thing. I mean, for a while, in order to get in to get license plates or pay your property tax, whatever it was, they would check them before you came in the building. Then they put the petition.
right.
And it became like a bank where you just handed documents back. What they didn't worry about whether you had temperature or whatever, because you just passed it back. They didn't.
Yeah. So you get to modify this however you want to. You know, it's still our prerogative at the district that people come in, you know, if they're from the public to wear masks. Like if they're public and, you know, they're gonna wear masks and they're just gonna come up and they're gonna do the thing, but we're not taking everybody's temperature, you know. That's up to you.
But they're just walking in and walking out.
Yeah, we are going to open the lobby in the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're gonna open the lobby and allow people to come in and have interchange with us, like basically be able to, just like you said, hand you a document, you come over here, you apply the exemption, you hand it back, or here's your application, or can I have a copy of your driver's license, and
But you're still gonna require minutes to or not.
we're still gonna require
Then
minutes.
I think we should.
I think so during the hearings, and I think screening the people that at least come in here, screening their temperature is still prudent.
Yeah, I
If
agree.
you don't want to do it for Barbara and
I think it'd be too, I mean, we did it last year, but this year we're gonna have a lot of people.
Right.
We're one of the most open of states, you know, and we're trying to have that mix of not getting any of my team members sick or any of you sick. But at the same time, we want to hear the cases. I mean, we want to just do business, so.
I think we were able to do that last year.
Yeah.
We really had
Well, we did a
problems.
lot of it
I
by
can't
Zoom,
think
but
of
we really
anything
don't
we really want to change.
I think in listening to, you know, just listening what other districts are doing, I think the world has changed. Like everybody understands the ease, like there was this big barrier, like this is going to be difficult. And then it was not difficult. In fact, it was a very good thing for somebody to stay home and actually do their stuff electronically. And they're going to take advantage of that more often than not. But you are going to have people that insist on being seen, and that's okay. And that's the reason you have this here is you get to decide what rules you want to have as your board. This is your board. This is your meeting. You know.
I
think
a little being cautious. About that.
Yeah.
I think it's
But
the second.
yeah, seeing people in person, that's fine.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, well, I can't deny them, you can't deny them in person, so.
We say in the second paragraph
Screen
that when you
temperature,
arrive,
wear a
please call
mask,
so-and-so
stay
in your
distant
car.
Do what you can do.
We
can.
We can remove that. That's why we're talking here
Yeah,
today.
that's what I'm saying. I think we don't need to do that when they arrive, if we come in and sign in. And then if they want to wait in the car, they can, you can tell them that, or if they want to sit in the crowded waiting room, which sometimes it's gonna be crowded.
Right.
So, but I don't think they need to call you from the car.
No.
So I think you can take that out. And then put in language that when you sign in, it's your
Leave the telephone
prerogative to sit
number.
in the car and wait and call us, or we'll call you, or wait. You know,
Yeah, leave yourself on, put yourself, sign in, put yourself on number. And then when it's your turn, we'll call you.
Got
yeah, then it says, the third paragraph is you will be called when it's time for your hearing. Well, there may be people that are in the waiting room that aren't in their cars.
Yeah. I mean,
You
are
will
there
be told, you could
cases?
say you will be told or calling,
Yeah, you'll be notified.
notified, yeah.
Are there cases of what?
Where somebody didn't make a phone.
Yeah, for sure. But we're gonna have the lobby open. That's the case. They can sit down if they want to.
Right, and all I'm pointing to is the specificity which says we're gonna be called.
Yeah,
We're
We'll
gonna be
say
called.
notified.
No, that's fine, that
Okay.
sounds better.
I think in paragraph 3 also, it says, please note if you do not have an air conditioned vehicle, we will recommend you call to schedule a telephone hearing. I don't think we can say that.
Yeah. So it's
The rest of it, I think is fine.
Do you have the changes thus far? Do you want to read?
Yes.
So how would it read with the changes that been indicated, like taking the stuff out?
Okay, so I've just made notes that we're going to change in paragraph 3 that they can either wait in the lobby or their car. We're going to change the call to notify. We're keeping the mask required and take temperatures. The second paragraph, we're going to remove the car, call in, and again give them the option of the car or the lobby. They'll just come in and sign in. They can put down their cell number if they have them. We're going to take out the paragraph 3 line that has to do with if you don't have air conditioning in your car. You don't need that anymore.
Are we gonna have sanitizer out there? Because it says upon entering.
We have it already.
You already had that.
It's still.
And do you want that as a requirement?
I think we settled.
I
Are you gonna be is somebody gonna be available to take?
I will tell you that I would be one, like, when I walk into a place, I absolutely refuse to do the sanitizer. I do.
Why?
Because I have an allergic reaction to most of the basics of sanitizer.
Oh.
So I tell the people, if you want me to wash my hands in your presence, I will wash my hands in your presence with soap and water, but I'm not using the sanitizer.
Oh.
So I would be one that would object. And the word is to, sanitize. So if somebody wanted to wash their hands, we have a bathroom, they can wash their hands. But as far as like making them use the word, like to use the sanitizer, I object every time I go to Subway. I'm like, I'm not doing that. I said, I'll wash my hands if you want me to wash my hands, but I'm not doing that.
Can't we just say cleanse your hands?
You can, yeah, let's change it.
And do we want to make it a requirement or a recommendation? So we're not so much of police.
And you could say
Trying to
hand
wash.
sanitizers available.
We recommend that you wash your hands prior to entry. Sanitizer and bathroom facilities available for you to wash.
I went into a store in Austin, and they built a sink in the middle of the floor, and you walked in, and that was part of the deal, because they had soap, water, turned the sink on, it was in the middle of the store.
Yeah.
Which was fine, it's their rule.
Again, there's a fine line, just like Val said, we don't want to police too much if we don't have to. So if we could say, if we could say something like, we recommend that you clean your hands prior to entry.
That's fine.
We will have sanitizer available or a bathroom facility to wash, or something like that would be probably good.
Are we gonna have somebody available to take temperatures, or do you not even need to do that?
Again, if you.
What are you doing?
It
What-
has to do with that client questionnaire. Well, we haven't had our lobby open. So, we haven't been taking temperatures. Will we take temperatures in the
No.
lobby open?
I don't think we should either. Does anybody think we need to take temperatures?
No, if we ask the question, the client health
The
question.
client health question
It says,
is that.
do you have a temperature?
If you're sick, they call them, let's do it.
Right?
Well, I remember last year we had a couple people came in, because they were sitting in their cars, and they came in and they had ice.
Yeah.
So we made them wait out there until the temperature came down. So,
Right. Because it has.
but it was
heat in
people
the
who were
car.
sitting in hot cars. Wasn't sick people.
Yes, the questionnaire, I do remember last year, it's pretty in-depth, lots of questions. Have you gone to a different town? Have you had a cough? I don't know that that's as relevant this year as it was last year. I can see people say, hey, I've had my vaccine. I don't want to answer all these questions.
Yeah, I could see that somebody might not want to answer, like we could remove the health client questionnaire, but in the in-person hearing important information, you can say, prior to entry, if you have fever or COVID-like symptoms, please call and do not enter the, Yeah.
I still think though, for people that come back here, it's prudent to take their temperature. If you
It's
don't want to
your
take it
meeting.
up front, that's fine. But
It's your meeting. Yeah.
I would say if they're coming back here, it'd be prudent. It's so easy to do. That's a symptom right here and now, regardless of where you were last week. It's a symptom here and now that could indicate.
Right. Would we possibly want to remove that travel question from the questionnaire, or do you want to keep that in there?
You can remove the
I
questionnaire.
think you can take the travel question. You know, couldn't somebody just present their little card that they've had the 2 shots?
Again,
I think sooner or later we're going to be asked to do that.
well, I know, but you know how busy it is for them up front. And ask them to do 1 or 2 extra things. It's just,
Yeah, I know.
it's like, so, like, where's my information? Have they faxed in the affidavit? Oh, they just brought in their evidence. And, you know, we don't want to have to keep up with this stuff. We really don't.
Yeah, and the governor runs it. There will be no passport in Texas.
Yeah. So I don't want to have to, I mean, I'm just saying, I don't want to have to police it. Like if you took out the client health questionnaire, that's one less step that we have to do up front. And if you put in the procedures that if you're going to have an in-person hearing, you'll have their temperature taken. That, I don't think that that's that big a deal. You just staff them as they go in.
So, but one of us can do that. Yeah, I don't mind taking the client home questionnaire. It's one less thing you guys have to check.
Yeah. Okay with that.
We could have the thermometer right here by the door.
Yeah, one of
And
us
when
can.
somebody
take it.
comes through, we'll take their temperature.
I-
That'll be
So you
easier
can
than
put
in the
that
lobby.
in some other document, but, whatever, or in-house procedures, whatever. You're gonna have your temperature taken.
Again,
Well, probably on the in-person hearing page,
Right.
we would want to say, before you go into the hearing room, you will have your.
Right.
right. And it's going to happen. It might not happen at this issue, but it's going to happen somewhere. Where somebody says, I refuse to have my temperature taken, and you cannot deny me entry into my ARB hearing. And I don't know what the answer is. I hope it doesn't happen. I hope it happens somewhere else first. Then they get an opinion about it, because that's probably
That
going to
could be a
happen.
tough call, because somebody would have a temperature, and just doesn't want to know it. Or they're just opposed to the whole principle.
I'd
Yeah.
love to lay that one on the scale. I think I agree that the health questionnaire can be disposed of. There's a suggestion made that if you're going to an in-person hearing, expect to have your temperature taken. And expect to wear a mask. You're required to wear a mask in the hearing room.
Yeah, I think those are the 2 things. Because if they have a fever, that doesn't mean they've got COVID, but they get, obviously they got something else. Possibly contagious.
Let's make it simple.
Do we want to take out the last line on the important information, under saying we encourage telephone and video hearings?
Yeah.
Do we?
Yeah, I think you still want to. I mean,
It's easier. Yeah.
if we're in here doing the thing, then we don't have to mask up, because we're all kind of socially distanced here. And then, you know, we don't have to go, it's just, I think it's
It's
great.
fine with me. I'm just asking.
Worked well last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not really a hindrance.
All the evidence is presented, it's on the pad, you know.
Well, we've got in here too, failure to wear a mask will prohibit entry into the building. Do we want to take that out? Because you've already said you have to wear a mask later on. I think that sounds really strong. I mean,
Which part now?
it says, and under important information for in-person hearing, it says, failure to wear a mask will prohibit entry into the building. And then later on, two paragraphs later, it says masks must be worn by everyone who can hear. It's a little redundant. Or other than saying you can't come in if you don't have a mask on. Some people won't wear masks. Same thing as them.
Well,
I mean, we said the same thing twice here.
you get to make it however, this is gonna be included with every hearing procedure.
Yeah.
And so
Well,
it's
this
going
one
to be tied
pertains
to a hearing, so it's going to be tied to somebody that insists to be seen back here.
Yeah, but this one actually pertains to all of you. It says failure to wear a mask will prohibit entry into the building. Are you going to do that also?
Yeah, we have the right. Under, and you may not know this, but I'm gonna tell you that under that revocation of GA order number 34, where, basically what everybody heard was the governor's opening the state back up. One of the provisions in there, it says there's nothing in this that prohibits a business and or
Other
establishment
establishments.
from requiring additional health measures, including the wearing of masks. We actually have a copy of that order up there with that section highlighted. So I have the authority to require people to wear masks because this establishment has taken on additional health measures.
Okay, that's
Wearing
my point.
masks, one of them.
Well, my point of resistance, if you're gonna require them to wear masks in the building, then they probably, that sentence can stay in there. It prohibits entry into the building, because you're not gonna allow,
That's correct.
Right.
That's correct.
well, it affects us also.
That's correct.
So are you saying take out the second reference to you will be required to wear a mask?
I think I would take out the next one, said masks are required, capital letters, and masks are required at all times during the duration of the hearing. I think I would take that out.
Yeah, because we've already said failure to wear a mask.
Yeah, and you gotta wear it in the hearing.
So take out the when you arrive paragraph. Take out the you will be called paragraph, because it all was tied together with this business.
No, because
Stay in
you-
your car and this sort of.
Yeah, but you still have to call them to sign in. Well, don't they sign in when they come in now?
Yes, that's how we do the order of which.
So just replace the two paragraphs with sign in. Or,
When you enter the building, sign in or whatever words you want.
whatever.
What I can do is make our proposed changes and then when you come back for the appraisal records, you can have a fresh copy for you to look at it.
Yeah. The bulk of those two paragraphs, when you arrive and you will be called, really relate to the business of staying in your car and calling in, except for signing in. It's the only part that I think remains relevant.
Okay.
And
So
the masks are required at all times.
We can take that out.
So based on your, verbal notation, Val will make the alterations presented at the next meeting prior to, and we'll have another meeting prior to, because you'll accept the role, you'll accept the role prior to the season. It's where we do the lock, the ARB lock.
Right, accepting the records.
Yeah, so
Is that like in June, like?
it'll be in the next 3 weeks. Yeah,
Has to be before May 15th.
yeah, it'll be in the next 3 weeks.
And on the very first page, we've got telephone conference call. We have how the affidavit and evidence may be submitted. We have mail, leave in the Dropbox, fax, and upload to internet. Do we want to add in email on that list?
That's really up to you guys if you want to accept it that way.
Mike, what do you think?
No. No, it's just one more thing to go wrong. Like I sent that in. Okay. Where did you send it to? info@aransascat.org. Okay, that's not a valid email. Yeah, but I sent it in timely. No, you didn't.
Okay, very good. I think that was all that jumped out at me.
Okay.
the lady up front at Aransas.
Right. OFF manager. No, it's OFF NGR. Well, I didn't get a bounce back. Okay, but that's not valid either.
And there wasn't anything in the continuing education where our procedures needed to be amended this year, correct?
Which one, where is it?
The course you just took. I know last year, I think we made a couple of changes based on that,
No,
but
no, I didn't sense anything.
excellent.
There was a procedural that came up here in the education.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All righty.
You allow people to upload stuff?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's an online portal pin that people can do it entirely online without ever talking. So it was used a little bit. I mean, how many online appeals we had last year? 59?
Oh, it was more than that.
Yeah, it was the most ever.
I mean, I can look through.
Yeah, I want to say 59 sounds right to me in my head.
So what are we up to?
We're up to
12, right?
because we already did the notary book signatures. We're up to 12, right? Discussion and possible action on old agenda items.
Yes, so that was from the December 8th meeting, what you checked with Mr. Hinkle about.
Oh, okay.
That was on the agenda last meeting.
ARB skip bankers.
Does Charlie have a copy?
Yes.
Okay, so that is number, what is it, 12?
Well, and then it's under ARB attorney Skip Hinkle's opinion, I believe. Is that right?
Right, it was in relation to the item in the December 8th meeting where you were looking at granting a possible future hearing. And it came up as to the, whether the notice.
You
had been
actually read this
delivered.
today. Yeah. It says, Charlie, per our conversation yesterday pursuant to Rule 21A, Texas Rules of Civil Procedures and Methods of Service include but are not limited to mail. Service by mail is complete upon the deposit of the document, post-paid and properly addressed in the mail. Thus, unless there is something in the tax code otherwise, I think the rule would be applicable to the notice you send to the property owners. Let me know if you have any further questions. Thanks. Skip. That you asked a question to him and he responded.
Right, and what you were looking at was whether to grant a hearing for account, they're the supporting documents, let's see.
69816.
Just hit it again, it requires you.
Here you go.
So I put in the agenda from December 8th so we could look at the account.
Oh, have they yet to rule on this then?
Right.
Whether they're gonna grant-
69816. Right, so that's when they call it. So I figure we just need a motion
whether you're
in
going to grant
regard
that
to
hearing?
that. Yeah,
Was this the one that had all these missing certified mail?
exactly.
Ah,
2 certified
that's
deliveries. Yeah,
Capital 3? No.
that was the name. It's changed.
Oh, okay.
And I presented all this to Skip and said, look, you know, who's responsible for this? And it was his answer.
Okay. So do you want to make a statement or a motion on that old item?
Yeah, we need to make a motion, I guess, to reject the request for a hearing.
But what
And it's-
was the issue was mail coming to The appraisal district or
Val
the
sent out,
appraisal district mail getting to him?
getting to him.
And
Val sent out a certified mail.
Is this the one that
It was never picked up.
started on July the 15th and ended up on October the 2nd?
Right, and
Probably.
it's not even, whatever you decide here today, I'm not going to notify the property owner about because it came from, our office because of, correspondence between our chief appraiser and then somebody that they had contacted in which they were talking about it, but they didn't just come out and request another hearing, but we wanted a ruling, and it'll be like the third ruling or so on this, that there's not gonna be a hearing for this account.
Yeah, it's in the records, but this board has ruled on granting this hearing or not granting this hearing, I think on 2 separate other occasions.
That's
And-
my record.
And the reason that it's in today's meeting minutes is because it was old business and there was a question to the Skip Hinkle. And I think you just wanted to read that into the record so that you could know how to, in future hearings, how to handle similar cases.
Right.
Okay, that's really what you're doing.
Okay, well, I can make a motion then on property account 69816, correct? Okay. That we not grant a late hearing for the property owner based on the letter we have from Skip Hinkle saying that the ARB's responsibility ended when they mailed.
Well, actually, it's gonna be ARB.
We act as your secretary, but it's really your letter.
It's really our letter, okay, that the ARB's responsibility was fulfilled when the letter was put in the US mail.
Yeah.
Second.
My favor?
Aye.
I said that right, didn't I, Val? It's really it's their meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
And does this pertain to just the certified or to any?
Any man.
I'm really surprised, and this is a sign, I'm surprised this hasn't been dealt with somewhere.
It has in years past, and
And not just us, I mean, from a governmental or appraisal
Well,
standpoint.
that's
it
why,
has.
that's why 12A is in place, and now your 21A, rule 21A.
Yeah, it has. It's been handled with other districts, been handled at other times, and there was just a question. Because boards change all the time, and you get a new set of people that maybe it runs across and they go, hey, what's. So rather than just, he went the prudent route and just asked his attorney and you got the ruling and there you go. But that's good. Presentation on action on chief appraiser motions for correction of appraisal role. Now, all of these individuals were notified. You had one individual that actually showed up today and gave testimony about her objection to the chief appraiser motion. All of these others are basically, they've had the opportunity to come today and they haven't, so I'm just going to read these into the record. So chief appraiser's motion of correction to appraisal role. This one's the Zim survey. I'm just going to go through, read these off real quick. The Zim survey 231 Portia, there was an inclusion of property that does not exist in formal location. So again, there was a survey as per discussed with appraiser Scott Arrington and Greg Bond, the trustee. The property could not be located, even with Mr. Brundred's assistance. Per Mr. Bond and Brundred, it considers it most likely to be the remainder of 13 acres of the 15 acres, but that the remainder is likely does not exist or is an easement. So we took it off the roll. Chief appraiser's motion correction for appraisal roll. This is Coconut Village, lot 82. It's lot 127 Palm. It's a clerical error that affects the taxes, the owner's liability for taxes both 2020 The appraisal review board ordered reduction in value from 61,000 to 33,710 as a result of the hearing on August 13, 2020. The change was not made to the appraisal district goal. This is to correct what's not made to the appraisal district goal. This is to correct 2020 assessed value for the ARB order value. So we missed it and we put it in. Chief appraiser's motion correction for appraisal roll. This is 508A, South Austin. It's a clerical error that affects the 2020 liability. The appraisal review board ordered reduction of value from 266 to 241 as a result of the hearing on August 13, 2020. The change was not made to the appraisal district roll. This is to correct the 2020 value for the ARB ordered value. Again, if you're looking for a reason, we're going fast. And Scott, did you put that in? Yeah. And then the click, and you're going to the next one that it didn't enter. So again, we're changing it. If you're trying to figure out what those last two are, the next one is 1617 Mallard. Yeah, because you're the one that's always telling Scott, are we there yet? Are you done? This is the clerical error from 16 to 20 for account number 60360. It was the city of Rockport entity was added in 2015, and an over 65 exemption was on the account, and the tax ceiling should have been set, but the motion was manually added to the tax ceiling as a result of the partial refund of the tax paid for the above years. Okay. Next one is PT Chateau Beauty Salon, 211 or 6, account number 38011. Clerical error that affects property owner's liability, 2016 to 2020. The property owner passed away in April, and I think it says 2014, but I'm not sure. It says 200, it says 204. I think that's supposed to be April 2014. The appraisal district was never notified. The account needs to be deleted from 416 through 20 as a result. Next one is 208 Cornwall Street. It's a clerical error that affects the property's tax liability imposed on tax years 2018 through 2020. This one says the property was erroneously included in the city of Rockport tax unit and will remove the entity for the years 2018 through 2020. As you know, the city of Rockport did some annexation. The line runs like this. This was included. It should not have been included. So, I can fix that. Those are the chief appraiser motions.
Well, those were the ones that increased tax liability.
Those were the ones that increased the tax liability.
That we've got.
Thank you very much. These do not necessarily increase the liability, right?
Yes, we do.
Oh, these do as well? What were
Those
these?
were decreased.
These were decreases, these are increases. Okay, good, thank you. 1901 Cochran, that's 19 and 20. You actually heard this case because you had the, in all of these cases, all of these chief appraisers motions, correct? Every single one of these people could come in and say, I think that's wrong, or I think that's right, or tell you what they think. You only had one today, and this was the first one, 1901. You heard it today, that the new value box was not checked for the years in question. The next one is west of the Intercoastal Canal, Aransas Pass, account number 30970 for the year 2020. In ordinance number 2019-4225, there's a file number that was annexed part of the property by the city of Aransas Pass in 2019, but it appears that 126.3 acres out of the 154 is located in the city of Aransas Pass. The city of Aransas Pass needs to be added to the entity since 2020 to the 126.3 acres. So again, an annexation line for this property. Mobile Home Village number 31 Beta, account number 58977 for taxing years 19 and 20. Documentation was received from Mr. Gaston, which included a statement from Ms. Cawthorn, in which was said that as of December 2018, Mr. Gaston was no longer purchasing the property, but only renting the property. So the 2020 property taxes are due. So it was a question of ownership. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So
We never could make contact with the owner that we're transferring it
1516 San Antonio Street, it's account 8821-026, clerical error for 2019-2020. The real property account 6978 was not placed in a homestead group with personal property account 8821-026 that resulted in a full exemption on both properties in the year 2019. This motion will place the property in the homestead group. The tax ceiling was also increased due to new value that was divided between the two accounts based on the percentage of each property is part of the whole. Corrections will result in the additional tax for the 2019-2020 years. Again, for those of you who don't know, here's real property, here's a mobile home. Those two are together what's called a homestead group. If it wasn't done right, then this one gets the full exemption and this one gets the full exemption. They get too much exemption. Is that an easy way to explain it? Next one is 6 Alpha. Well, there's a whole bunch here together. Okay. The next one have to do with Rockport Mobile Village. This has to do with ownership. All of these next accounts have to do with ownership. It was owned by somebody and they didn't tell us until later. I think that's what these are. The number 6 alphas for 19 and 20. It says the ownership for 19 and 20 created a clear paper trail because 19 and 20 taxes are correcting a 2019 to create a clear paper trail. The 2019-2020 taxes are still due. The mobile home park sold in 2018 to Angry Eagle LLC, while the real property transferred to Angry Eagle. In our records, personal property mobile home accounts that were in the name of the previous owner, Rockport Mobile Village, were not transferred and erred on the district's part. And this motion corrects the ownership transfer responsibility on the outstanding taxes to Angry Eagle LLC. So what you have is you have this mobile home park and it sold, the whole mobile home park sold. And in that, they had several mobile homes in here that also transferred and we didn't transfer them. And now we're transferring. So the same thing exists for number 6 alpha, number 20 alpha, number 23 alpha, number 62 Charlie, number 2 alpha, number 75 delta. I think that's it. So the same, I can read it again, but those are the same issues. Yeah. Next one is the 2452 Mundane Road, clerical error that affects 2020. Per request of the property owner, the property accounts 61805 and 57703 were merged together in 2020, and 61805 was then deleted. Account number 57703 had an existing tax lien in place. An error in the tax lien was not increased by the amount of 2020 taxes or the value that was formerly in account 61805. This motion is to increase the tax ceilings for each of the entities as follows. Aransas County increases $63 and change. Aransas Pass increases $140 and change. Aransas County Road and Flood increases $12 and change. 2141 Jocelyn Road, account number 24543, accounts or years 2017 through 2020. Property should have been in place in a homestead group with account 8809380 when a late application was made with the accounts. That account number plus account number 24543. Exemptions apply to full rate, but should have been split between the two accounts for 2017-2019. Will result in additional tax for those years. The freeze will be set on the new taxes amounts due to the homestead group and will be set for the lower of the 2019 or 2020 year. It looks like 2020 is the lower year. 2140 Jocelyn Road, that's the other, I think that's this one. Yeah, this is the same. This is the other one. This is, I just read it. One is the real property, one's the mobile home account. It's the same thing. 1516 San Antonio Street. I think I read that one already, didn't I? No? Okay. Real property account 69758 was not placed in the homestead group with 8821-026. The same kind of situation. It's going to increase the liability. They got more exemption than they should have. Correct. You signed the Lake Estates number 7. Incorrect tax ceiling signed for the merged property 2020. This motion corrects the tax ceiling for said year. 2161 Kirby Road, for 2018 and 2019, call from property owner asking why taxes doubled from 2019 to 2020 when the exemption applied to the account 2018. Again, home site box was not checked to the land, which caused a false cap loss in 2019. This motion corrected the home site box error in 2018, which resulted in no cap loss in 2019. Additional taxes approximately $2,200 for 2019. Next one is 2020, or I'm sorry, 220 Coconut Heights. Since the property is under 11.135 continuance and died in 2018, the exemptions were left on the property in error until 2020. Since this was a continuous property exemptions need to be removed and the interest 7% charged for those years in the exemption received. Again, that's a really, when we ran across that one, I remember we were just like, oh man, that's terrible. This is a situation where, you know, that people get to continue to build their house back when they have it destroyed by ARB, they get their exemption, but if they transfer it in any way, they get the exemption removed for all of the years in between. And so, yeah, and I just sent out 100 letters of people that are at risk of losing that next year because we're coming up on the 5-year window for that. Again, this is a case where you just really felt sorry for the people because the person actually passed away. So, but it doesn't alleviate, I mean, there's no modification. There's nothing in the law that allows for that. So anyways, that's that one. This next one is 252 Tedford Lane, accounts number 47600 and 8822-497 for the years 2016 through 2020. This motion will delete account number 4760, which had 28.54 acres and is in the ownership of David L. Kroll Family Estate and Trust. As of 2016 and as of the year 2016, and to create PID 882497 as of 2016 that will carry 18.506 in the ownership of Vernon Haseman Kroll. This result will provide newly provided deed to Vernon Haseman Kroll that was filed in Harris County in 1983, which supports her claim that she was the owner of the property and allows for the correction of the acreage from 28.54 to 18.506 acres. Again, so we filed a deed somewhere else and we didn't get it until just now. 445 Fancy Lane, Aransas Pass, account number 8821538 in the year 2020. Mobile home in that sits on the real property 63700 did not have the Aransas Pass added until after the annexation that took effect to Aransas County Prison District in 2020. This motion for the city of Aransas Pass as an entity on the mobile home account 8821538 in the year 2020 going forward.
That's just general income for us.
And that is the chief appraiser motion. Again, if there's that's me recording that for the record for you. There's no other discussion because there's no other discussion.
But there does need to be a motion.
Yes. Well, I was saying there's no other motion. There's no other discussion from anybody opposing this. Here we go.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion then that we accept the chief appraiser's motions for corrections, the appraisal roll, both for increases and decreases in liability.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
14.
Okay, 14 is the presentation of action on property owner's motion for correction. So this was the chief appraiser. Now you have property owner's motions. Okay, yes. Okay, the first one is property owner's motion for correction of appraisal roll. 1701 Highway 35 North Rockport, Texas. It's a clerical error for 2018 and 2020. Due to Hurricane Harvey, the restaurant was non-operational for the years of 2018 to 2020. This motion will change the value to 0 for the year of 2020. Okay. So the district, for the record,
What I just ran out of gas.
Oh, okay. This one is for the year of 18 through 20. This is, you have 3 motions here. to correct the roll for 20, 19, and 18. And it's to correct the roll because we were going to change the value to 0, okay? The district does not object to this motion, meaning that we agree with this motion by the company. The next one is the property owner of motion to correction of appraisal roll. And this one says that during those years, 19 and 20, Jalisco had a food truck that was in operation in the town of Fulton. It has been added to the appraisal district roll for the years 2019, 2020. This will add a food truck to the roll for 20, and this one will add a roll to the roll for 19. So essentially what happened is they said, hey, listen, Jalisco's got worked and was not in operation 18 through 20, but in fairness, we had a food truck in Fulton, so you can pick that up for 19 to 20. And we go, we agree, the district agrees with this. So that is the property owner's motion correct for the appraisal.
And we would need a motion of approval for those.
Okay, I'll make a motion then that we accept the property owner's motions for correction of appraisal roll for years 2018 through 2020.
All in favor?
All right.
We're there.
We're there.
Could put in precious stuff.
Man, I tell you what, it was I'm telling you, it's not, you can ask these guys, it's not normally like this. There's a lot of procedural things that went on. And the reason that the chief appraiser's motions and supplemental details were so big is because the last time we met was December. So, I mean, it's been a little bit, so there's a lot of changes.
You mentioned that the next meeting had to be within the next 3 weeks.
Probably, I'm thinking it's probably going to be, it's going to be, before, it has to be before May 15th. Just procedurally speaking, I have to give the taxing units the estimate of preliminary values prior to May 1st, which is April 30th. We're in the middle of a notice process right now, and we're hoping to kick out that notice process tomorrow, which means that notices will go out a week from Wednesday, from tomorrow, a week from tomorrow. And that will represent probably 90% of all the notices within the county. I think the only ones that we're holding back are going to be minerals, ag, and BPP. And because we get renditions, we get applications for ags late, and then we also get renditions kind of late, you know, so we're holding those off. But everybody else, you know, 26,000 of the 29,000 are going off in a week. And so with that, a week from now, and then you work a week from then, so 2 weeks from now, we're going to start. I mean, if people will start calling, they'll start flooding. So it's going to start coming. So we have to have a meeting for the submission of the appraisal roll records to the ARB, and then we lock the values.
Okay, and when would that be?
Prior to May 15th.
Prior to May 15th. Okay. When would you like to do it?
Can we do it? What day is the 15th?
The 15th is a Saturday.
Only day I have something
I don't have a
is
calendar.
Friday, May 7th. That's the only day I can't.
We can do it for like
You want to wait and do it that week right prior to the 15th?
like the Tuesday. It's like May 11th.
Can't do that. Wednesday the 12th.
That works for me, I think. Hang on.
Wednesday the 12th? Should be fine.
Wednesday the 12th. Bill?
Val?
As far as I
I
know,
bounce between doctor's appointments, that's it.
Well, we only need 3 people.
Yeah.
Only 5 years.
And again, that meeting is not going to be like this. That meeting is probably going to be just a procedural meeting, and it's going to have one big certified roll with, and then we'll get the documents that we sign when we do the roll submission. But it's kind of a procedural thing. I mean, it's just one big, it's a 150-page document that says, here's the certified totals. And I'm representing to the ARB that I've made a proper, what is the term? A close inspection of the properties, and this is my best estimation of value. And these are the records, basically.
We don't have to.
No.
So are we good for May the 12th? Let's book it
I'll call you.
At 9 a.m.
at 9 a.m.
and we'll
Was
look
that
at
was that a
the,
Wednesday?
Wednesday.
And
We'll
we'll look at
approve-
That would just be like a warning.
yeah, we'll approve that.
Yes.
It's probably, our meeting probably won't, it'll last an hour at most, I would imagine.
So we start hearing.
You won't start hearing case. You know,
When we
well,
start
well,
hearing cases.
I mean, at that meeting, you could start to, they start to look at a calendar when they first went up.
Yeah,
Because,
scheduling the day.
Give us a calendar.
because
Right.
just to let you know, May 28th is the
Protest deadline.
yes, thank you, thank you for helping me. It's a protest deadline. So May 28th, for 95% of all our properties will be May 28th is the last day they can say, I want to protest. And when they do that, you know, the floodgates are gonna open. We have to start proactively, this board should proactively start hearing cases as early as possible after that May 12th meeting. So on the May 12th meeting, you say, hey, listen, let's start hearing cases, 2 weeks from then. Like if you decide you want to start hearing cases May 21st, then you tell us you want to start hearing cases May 21st, and we'll start doing them, because there's going to be people on day one when they get it on April 28th, they're going to submit a deal, and you might as well start it.
Right. So
Because-
we have to get 15 days notice. So it would have to be 15 days out from the
That's fine.
May 3rd.
We'll take a look at what we got.
No, you don't have to, as long as you're in communication with them, you can start, you can even make that call right now so that she's not held up and she can start scheduling cases. Like if you want to say, what's our first day, you can make that call right now.
The 28th is the last day they can submit it, right? So you wouldn't get it in the mail until.
Well, I'm saying that April 28th, a week from now is when somebody will get it.
Right.
It's very likely
Oh, they could.
they put it in immediately. So by May 3rd, we're going to start receiving things. May 12th is your next meeting. If you want to put it for starting the week of May 17th, if you want to start just ramping your way up into it, I'm almost certain that we will, especially by May 24th, that week of the 24th, we will have a docket ready. I'm almost certain. Does that sound right?
Yes, the earlier we start, the better. I know last year we went all the
Remember how
way
we
through
got all
August.
jammed up and then we
Yeah.
we had to meet a couple times in September. And so we're 3 weeks early. We should take advantage of that as quickly as possible.
Good to start on the 24th of May.
I'll be gone the first week of June. I don't know.
24th.
I'm good.
Yeah, that's good.
I'll start.
So you're given Val the authority to start scheduling those May 24th. And
I'm looking for nods.
That's fine with me. Like I
Okay.
said, I just won't be here the first week. I think.
So how often do you typically
Right.
meet once the ball starts rolling?
Daily.
Daily?
Now,
Last
we
year we eliminated Fridays.
We did 4 days a week last year. That's right. We eliminated Friday.
You want to
Last
do the
year
same
was a couple of months, but.
yeah, you can still do the same thing. You can eliminate Fridays, and Val's good with that. And Val's really good at letting you know, this is how many we have in our hand. This is how many we have to schedule to get it done. There's a state mandate, there's the 95% rule. I was really sweating that last year. We met that deadline, or we met that, meaning that the role that's there, you have to hear at least 95% of the value that's under protest. And so we met that.
It's tough when you don't have one or two great big huge ones out there value.
Yeah, and honestly, there is a statewide, that is the struggle for, you just articulated what the struggle is for every chief appraiser in the state.
Well, in
They
Rockford,
get
you
it.
don't have a Valero.
They get it and they go, they get this one, they get 20 that are 200,000, and then they get 10 that are 2 million. Like, we're gonna get $2 million cases like tomorrow. Like, we want to hear money. Like, because we would have met the standard. Like, it doesn't, we need to hear the case, basically. Because when you throw another thing into the mix, it's like you give them a hearing and then they can, up to 4 days after, they can reschedule. It's just like, I thought that was done and it's not done, so. Yeah, the answer to all of this is sooner rather than later.
So I got nods around the room. Start on the 24th, do 4 days a week. And just start doing, and then tell me what you got.
And I think we did, not every week, but every other week or something, we did half days. Didn't
No.
we?
I know we would occasionally, but that just kind of depended on
Depending
how
on,
about.
yeah, you can squeeze them in on a one day, as opposed to string them out.
Right.
That's fine. You do a great job with the schedules.
Are there any external factors that you could look to, like COVID, that maybe you're anticipating are gonna drive a number of protests?
I think last year, we had less informal settled because of COVID, and we had more formals. This year, you're about to be delivered the roll. And I'm gonna tell you that the roll has increased. The roll has increased as a result of market value forces, that's all I'm gonna say. And as a result of that, I think that we are going to have as busy as the year as we had last year. The advantage is we're starting 3 weeks earlier this year than we did last year. And so maybe there's not that, maybe we can mitigate some of that fatigue in the ARB. Because at the end, I was tired, the ARB was tired. Is that the first statement? We were tired. We were like, and so we're starting earlier in hopes that we can get some of those out of the way. And we're just gonna, you're just gotta hear case. So, you don't have a choice in the matter. I don't have a choice in the matter. When somebody protests, if we don't agree with their case informally, then they have a right to be heard. So that's kind of what that.
Yeah, but I was thinking, and it came up in the training where they talked about a lot of people might think that they could protest as a result of some factor related to COVID. I lost the value of something because I couldn't work or something like that because of COVID.
It's not a natural disaster.
Right, exactly. And so I was wondering whether you could see on the horizon any of those types of things that are going to drive the numbers.
I think that, yes, the answer is yes. Because of the lack of knowledge of what a person feels that they can protest about or not protest. So a person puts COVID value in it. That's a legit protest as far as like them having the ability to be heard. It doesn't make that protest go away.
Sure. But so they're maybe easier to deal with too, it's like, or to dispense with.
I don't know.
Shorter hearing.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Or that's for the argument to be made. You decided you don't want to. Obviously the board is not going to make a predetermined condition or predetermined like how they're going to do something. But the answer is yes. Like a person has in their mind that they can protest for any number of reasons, and you just added a real big one of like, hey, I've got COVID, it's affected my market value, and they can make the case. So.
A lot of hotel owners last summer tried to make a case that we were dying here because nobody stayed in a hotel this summer. Well, this is protection.
Yeah, right.
That way, this last summer will come out as your wash this year.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. I have a question too. I would make an educated guess that property values have increased. Just from, I know from the real estate standpoint, it's like on my pockets.
Is it really?
Values, roof.
Expensive property, crazy.
It's a $1 million property to sell.
Yeah.
Wow. Incredible.
And people are building where they had a $400,000 house, they're building back million, 1 million, 2 million, 3.
Oh, wow.
Mainly because of the cost increase in materials.
Yes.
But they
Well,
said,
yeah, they also
what the
have-
heck, instead of the little bitty master bedroom, let's go with these.
Yeah,
And they are.
Yeah, but I mean, later on, particularly, they have to go higher now. The cost is incredible.
It's important that, I know you've had training in this, but it's important that you're very careful about what you discuss amongst yourselves, and in this meeting, you have to be very generalized, and, you know, you should really be careful. I'm gonna leave it at that. We should probably adjourn.
Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
As long as we don't say anything outside.
Second? In
Yeah,
favor?
and you can't talk about
We are adjourned.
property. Yeah, you
How much
can't,
of
this stuff do you
you can leave it all if you want to. You can
Did
take it
you
all.
second?
Do I have a second?
No, did you second that motion or did you?
He did.
You did, okay.
All right.
Couldn't tell, I just heard the.
Welcome, new gentlemen. Thank you very much. And thank you, community members, for coming
The
in.
notice
Coming along
is
today.
signed, and I've got to go print out that last.
Yeah, this,
customer
this will
comment.
be interesting.
So these
All
are
the
the,
details.
yes.
Everybody
all
that
of
comes in,
the 25
Quickly pick up
25
on the
feet and the
details
bigger
as we get through regular cases. See what to look at.
problem.
Protester side.
You can come sit at my
Steve
desk
Morgan
if you
curve
want.
on some of the number things